on the show. Today's Thursday. I'm back. I told you officially that I'll be working, or you see me on TV Thursdays and Fridays for now, while I do my pupillage and get myself into the law work. So I'm happy to be back. It's always a pleasure, like I've always said for how many years, that I'm always happy when I'm on TV, when I get the chance to speak with you. So good morning to you, wherever you are. It's a wet morning. In fact, throughout the night, it rained very heavily. I don't know if it rained across the city or the region, but it rained where I live. And this morning, too, I'm told that it's still raining on my way. It wasn't raining. I left the house around 5 o'clock, 10 minutes past 5 to get here. It wasn't raining at the time, but I'm told that it's still, it started raining again. So please be safe. And for those of you who live in waterlogged areas, be safe as well. We don't want to record any cases of people being washed away, be getting drowned with the water. Because in Accra here, even the slightest of rains causes flooding. So please just be safe, okay? But if you live in an area where due to the rains, you're experiencing some flooding issues, please, you can send it to us on social media. Take a video, send it to us on social media. We'll be happy to see it and come there, assess the situation and report on it for the relevant authorities to see. You're welcome once again. Today, quite a number of things have happened. Yesterday, the NPP held a press conference, talked about a number of things. They talked about their presidential primaries, which is happening 31st January 2026. Talked about the institution or constitution of a committee to grant amnesty to persons who were suspended from the party who would want to come back. But the key issue right now, which we'll be focusing on this morning, is that they accuse the judiciary once again of being biased. And this, they say that there's selective prosecution. They have been going on with it for quite some time, accuse the Attorney General of being biased, of prosecuting issues or cases that they have interest in and engaging in public prosecution as well. So we'll get into that. We will also talk about the Galamsey coalition, or the group against Galamsey, asking the president to take a decisive decision or step against the member of parliament for Esutifi North, I believe. There's Esutifi North, Esutifi South, who is alleged to have incited violence against the NIMOS personnel. And I have been listening to, the commentary. I have read the statement from the Member of Parliament. I have listened to NIMOS. I listened to Erastus Asare Donko on Joy FM the morning after. And I asked a question on Twitter. Are we really ever going to win this fight against Galamsey? Because look, the president has set up a task force, right, to help in the fight against Galamsey. They chant on a Galamsey area, or an area where mining is ongoing, or persons are engaged in legal mining. They decide to stop these people, arrest some of them, and seize the equipment. And then an MP is called. He comes around with so many men to stop these people from doing their work. And then goes ahead to call another MP to say that let these people go. Doesn't end there, follows them to the police station and demands the release of the persons who were arrested for being engaged in Galamsey activities. And I'm asking again, are we ever going to win this fight against Galamsey? Are we? I really don't know, and I want to hear from you. But the good thing is, tomorrow we are going to open the phone lines, give you the opportunity to call and share your thoughts with us, and we'll discuss other matters as well. So you're welcome to the show. Today is a special edition because the Inchinchim Band will be playing for all of us. I was hoping that they'll start the show with me, but don't worry, they're all set up and ready, and very shortly you hear them play. So you're officially welcome to the show. Let's begin the show with our coach of the day. Today's quote is by Anatole France, and it reads, "To accomplish great things, we must not only act, but also dream. Not only plan, but also believe." So this is our morning dose of motivation for you, and we hope that you ponder over it as you start your day. Let's bring you the quote of the day. Kind Ketsinure.
Today's word is docile, docile. It's an adjective. Docile means quiet and easy to influence, persuade, or control. Let's exemplify it. The new secretary was warned not to be docile lest she gets bullied. Docile.
Right, so that's our word of the day, docile. Let's now bring you our video of the day. That is in Chin Chin Band. They will be playing live from the studios here this morning, very shortly. Please don't go anywhere. Stay with me for that. I'm looking forward to it. The amazing singers, great band, and I'm really looking forward to that. It's now time for Court Today. Right, Mutala is here. Mutala Inusa is here to tell us what happened in court yesterday. Yesterday, I was not in court, but Monday I was at the Supreme Court.
Sure.
Yesterday, Tuesday.
That was Tuesday. Monday, Supreme Court.
Or was it Tuesday?
It's
No, it was
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Sorry, it was
yeah.
Tuesday. Monday, I was at the land
complex.
court. Yes,
Oh,
I was at the complex, but
Yeah.
I went to the back.
I have people ask me where you were, whether you were coming around.
Ah.
That's why you've been coming around.
I went to
So
the
there are a
back,
lot of people who have stationed around
waiting for
waiting
me.
for you.
Why?
So please, when you go there,
I should use the front.
Yeah, use the front so
Move
that they know
back.
that you're around.
What do you have for us?
Yes, so yesterday, the OSP, the Office of the Special Prosecutor,
Right.
had a case in court, and that case is about an action that the office has filed against Charles Bisu, Raphael Mensah, and Nadede Tego for corruption and corruption-related activities. Everything is set for the trial to begin. The OSP, through their prosecutors, indicate that the very first witness is an undercover investigator. In other words, it's an undercover journalist or investigative journalist who works with Tiger IPI, an access firm. And the issue of Ahmed Suare has had issues or impact in his mind, and so he wants, they are praying the court for his testimony to be taken in camera privately so that it will not be in public. The defense lawyers opposed to that and said, look, what you have before the court, there's nothing to hide. Even the nurse who employed you, the click of the button, his face is out there on social media. So there's nothing that the witness should be concerned about. And so the trial, or he should appear in public, testified, all of us will sit and listen to his testimony and all of that. And at the end, the court then will have to make a determination. Justice Audrey Kokuvite listened to submissions from both parties, and the court was of the considered view that the matter be adjourned to the 19th of November for a determination to be made. The issue of Anas and Kwesi Nyantakyi also came to the fore, where at some point in time the court ruled Anas shown marks to Nyantakyi, even this one in chambers, but will appear in open court to testify with the marks on. That did not work. That case, Nyantakyi and the other accused person have been discharged as we speak. So they made references to that case and all of that. But what is clear is that the OSP will have to wait to find out whether the court will allow their witness to testify in camera, and that will happen on November 29th. So that was one of the major cases that took place yesterday. This morning, we don't have so much for you, but one that we can keep an eye on is with respect to, and I know, Serwaa, probably you might have forgotten, there's this murder case that took place at Ofankor, where Nana Kankam is accused of killing the tenant, a landlord. Director, let's have that video of the Ofankor murder incident where the accused person has been appearing in court. And as we speak, prosecution is calling witnesses. Director, let's have that video. Witnesses in relation to that. So today, before Justice Marie Lewis Simmons, will have the prosecution calling their other witness testify. And so I'm sure that you are familiar with this video on your screens over there. So that is the support that the accused person will normally get from persons who are related to him, come to court and then solidarize with him. So that case about Nana can come here. There he goes. He in suit over there. It's one of the sittings where he appeared and the case was adjourned. So he had a support from some people that he normally would come to court with. So this morning will be before the Criminal Court 2, Justice Marie Louise Simmons Court, to find out what the testimony of the next prosecution witness will be. And this case is being prosecuted by Mrs. Sefa Kobache, a chief state attorney. Of course, the lawyers of the accused persons are also involved. And this one, Paul Asibi Abariga, is the lead counsel for the defense team. So this is what we should keep an eye on, and some other cases that we will chance on as and when it happens in courts.
All right, Murtala, thank you so much. Thank you. We'll talk to you again, God willing, tomorrow.
Absolutely.
But later, we will cross over to Murtala if need be on what's going on in court. But Murtala, before you go, very quickly, right, I want to ask you,
okay,
do you think that we'll ever win the fight against Galamsey?
That's a tough question. Very, very tough. We may not be able to win it entirely, but I think we can minimize it. I personally think that we can minimize it. If we want to end Galamsey, then I think that those who are selling gold, anybody who is caught holding gold should be arrested. Anybody who is seen or found holding gold, either than the authorized body, should be arrested. So if you walked into any other shop to go and sell gold, where did you get it from? You have to show us. So if they arrest people holding gold, then I think that is one of the measures that we can use. But the current measure that we are having, we see people go to the site, then a lot of confusion and all of that. The same people who will be clamoring and say that, look, we want to fight this particular menace, they are the same people behind it and all of that. But I think that we can minimize the fights, we can reduce it, and bring the water bodies back to life. And of course, the vegetation cover will also be back. Now, when you go to the villages, you struggle to even get food. Go to the farm, you don't even get food to even bring home. Sad one. But I think that we should not end there. We should continue to push as long as we can if we are able to have the political will and have the desire to fight Galamsey.
All right, Murtala, thank you so much. We are grateful for bringing us today. Okay, let's tell you what's on the newspapers very quickly before we get into Inside Out. Okay, I'll be back very shortly with Inside Out. Okay, so you're welcome back. It's time for Inside Out. And Abby, before we get into the main conversation, I mean, we're talking about Galamsey, by the way. But I want to ask you, because yesterday, or was it yesterday or 2 days ago, I tweeted something that I listened to Erastus Asaridonko on Joy FM.
Yes.
On, I think, Tuesday morning. Tuesday, because was it Tuesday morning or Monday morning? When did the Naimos incident happen?
It happened over the weekend.
Over the weekend, so it has to be Monday.
Monday, yes.
So, and then I tweeted to ask, will we ever win this fight against Galamsey? And I want to ask you the same question.
Well, nipping Galamsey in the bud is practically impossible. Trust me, we are not winning that fight. And my reasons are this. So, when you want to take food off the table of people, regardless of how illegal the food they are putting on their table is, they will resist. And they will resist tooth and nail. My other reason is that, and I mentioned that, and I keep mentioning, there is nothing like alternative livelihood arrangement for these Galamseyers that will be as rewarding as the illegality that they are engaged in. We've heard Galamseyers tell us that at least each day they go to site, they return with no less than 4,000 Ghana cedis. So I look across. How many jobs can offer you 4,000 Ghana cedis a day? And these are reasons why I say it's practically impossible to stamp this out. However, there's a solution. I think it's taking too long for the solution to come. Under Akufo-Addo, we had something in the name of community mining scheme.
Right.
And that's supposed to formalize the activities of these illegal miners, get them concession, ensure that they mine responsibly. And as a result, they stay clear of our water bodies, they stay clear of our forest reserves. And after they are done mining, the lands are reclaimed. The president mentioned Australia and many other places. Mining takes place. The same way we are looking at the alluvial mining, it takes place elsewhere. But the systems are in a way that you don't pollute the water bodies, you don't degrade the forest reserves. And when you are done mining, you reclaim the land. I'm not sure the solutions we just mentioned are rocket science.
Right.
Now, however, this is what we are dealing with. See, for 8 years, there were people who felt they didn't have opportunity to mine because they didn't know anybody at the corridors of power. Now, the tables have turned.
The NDC.
Yes, the tables have turned. And I was saying, oh, okay, let's also get in and get what is rightfully ours, regardless of how deranged that mentality is, right? So that's the problem. Now, yes, and I'm sure you're going to talk about the involvement of the MP and what have you. See, yes, there are many people who are unfortunately taking Erastus to the cleaners. But I think it's also because he did not indicate where that story that he posted came from. I've stood here and said that if there's anything that we need to commend the Naimos for, it's the fact that they write their own stories. So each of the operations that Naimos Task Force has been engaged in, the updates that people share, including Phyllis Kwachofosu, the Minister of State in charge of communication, it's written by Naimos. The pictures and the videos are taken by Naimos, and they share them. So the story Erastus shared, if you read it carefully, it is accounts of Naimos, because they even indicate that, regardless of what had happened, they are unperturbed, and they will keep fighting to rid the country of Galamsey. How can that come from Erastus? How can that come from a journalist? But of course, I understand because he didn't put the caveat there. But because some of us have followed the activities of Naimos, we followed the operation, we know that they write their own stories and they give their own accounts. It is their own accounts that indicted Captain Jabari, the National Security Coordinator in the Ashanti region. It's their own accounts that whenever they undertake an operation and an influential person is mentioned, including chiefs, they mention the chiefs in their write-ups. So the accounts that we are roasting Erastus for came from Naimos.
Right.
And it is based on that account that the police CID is in court today prosecuting the said individual. you get the point I'm
I
making?
do. I listened. I didn't read what Erastus wrote, but I listened to him give account, right? And when he started, I honestly thought it was an account that he had gathered from his own sources until he started speaking. And then there's a part of me that said that, but this is an account from Naimos.
Exactly.
So beyond what Naimos is saying, because Erastus wasn't there at that time.
No.
Beyond what Naimos is saying, what also went on? What have you been able to gather beyond what Naimos went on? So I can understand those who will be roasting him for that, right? Because Naimos is Naimos.
Exactly.
A journalist's work is different.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
So I get that part. But this time too, we should not lose sight of the fact that the police themselves said that they witnessed what the MP allegedly did.
And that's why they are in court.
Unless we are saying that the police is lying on this one too.
And mind you, the Naimos task force was led by its director of operations.
Right.
Like the commander.
Right.
And I asked this question yesterday. What reason does the director of operations for Naimos have to lie against a member of parliament?
Right.
They've been to many constituencies. Why lie against this member of parliament, not all the other members of parliament? But like I said, the member of parliament has given his accounts. And that's why he's been arraigned. He will reproduce that account in court. And a judge will make a determination. Because, like we spoke to Professor Enin, and Professor Enin is saying that this is very simple and easy. Calls were made. After calls were made, individuals came in. The crowd swelled up and then resulted in an attempt to attack the task force. Well, the MP equally made calls, including calls to Collins Dawda calls from Collins Dawda to him. All you need to do is National Signals Bureau, track those calls, right? How many of them came there and what did they come there to do? How many of them threatened the members of the task force? Some are on the run as we speak. Right. So this is a simple exercise. Like I said, nobody's saying the MP is involved in Galamsey. I cannot stand here and say that the MP is involved in Galamsey. And the MP is not being prosecuted for his involvement in Galamsey. It is the attempted attack on the Naimos task force. That point must be made clearly.
Okay, but my question also is, that if you are not involved in Galamsey, what is your business in wanting to free persons who are caught engaging in Galamsey? I know that he is not in court right now for his involvement in Galamsey, but it begs the question, right? You don't have any affiliation with me. My release or arrest whatsoever does not benefit or affect you in any way. But you want me to be released and you demand... In fact, what even makes it more troubling is the fact that according to Naimos, he followed them to the police station, drove behind them, and at the police station demanded that the people were released before they left the place. And I'm asking again, if you have no involvement in Galamsey, why are you interested in freeing the people and the equipment that were caught or seized you being used for Galamsey?
Legitimate question, and many people are asking same questions. But he has offered some explanation. And Collins Dawda, whose name keeps coming up, has corroborated the explanation that he called him and asked him to intervene because the operations were done in his constituency. And I'm talking about Sutifi South, Collins Dawda's constituency. So the MP's explanation is that he went there as a messenger, right? And to convey the message given to him by Collins Dawda. But the point is that Collins Dawda was not physically there to interfere with the operations of Naimos. You were there. Right.
So that is... where the Shidiem is in the Sutifi South. That's Collins Dawda's constituency. So he was called to come and calm things down.
Exactly.
And he had to go with all those people.
No, he said he went there, he met them. Per his account, he met the people there. And that he was rather trying to protect the task force. And I asked myself that, okay, granted that you were trying to protect the task force, why would the task force lie against you? If indeed, so as we are here, we are in trouble, and I'm offering you protection, I have no reason to do otherwise, right? How will you misconstrue my protection to mean an attack?
But the task force was led by its director general.
Exactly.
They are military men.
Of course. In uniform, armed.
You, the civilian MP, you, the MP, think you want to come and protect them.
To calm things down.
Please tell us another story, okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
really,
Serwaa, you're right.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, I didn't expect anything less than the defense that he put out. But the story about wanting to protect NIMOS is neither here nor there. You want to protect the military?
Yes.
Who are armed?
From the marauding mob.
Ah, okay. I see. So why were the MPs, quote unquote, fighting yesterday?
Yes.
And if we can have those visuals on the screen, please.
Yes.
What were they fighting about?
They were fighting over Galamsey, who did what and who is not doing what and who is expected to do what. So it's politics of Galamsey once again all over, Relene said in Parliament. So there was a statement that was read by the Messiah North MP who called for a concerted effort in fighting Galamsey. Once a statement is read on the floor of Parliament, members of Parliament are allowed to contribute. And so, for instance, the Chianapaga MP, Nichima Bela Alamzi, said, for the fact that the president has put together a task force called NIMOS and then also tasked the EPA to be involved, he is very sure that the presidency is related to Jesus Christ one way or the other, because that is the ultimate solution to the Galamsey we are dealing with, right? And then Habib Idrisu, who is the minority whip, said, no, Jesus is not from Bole, right? So why will the MP from Chianapaga say that the president is related to Jesus Christ? Of course, after back and forth, they moved on. And then your friend, Dr. Siyab came in and said that the NDC has to apologize first to the Nana Addo administration and also to Ghanaians because they were singing a different hymn when they were in opposition. But when they came to power, when the reality dawned on them, they've all realized, according to him, that they are unable to fight Galamsey. So
when they apologize, then what?
Good question.
It does not take away the fact that the NPP was in power for 8 years. 8 good years. They could not end Galamsey. They could not, I don't know what percent, because every time they have different percentages they grade themselves. Yeah. You didn't fix the problem. Someone has been in power for 10 months, and you are expecting them to end Galamsey in 10 months. Even though I have also sat on the show and said that the NDC appeared to have the solution to Galamsey when they were in opposition. Yeah. And so even though 10 months is still quite a short time, I expected to see more drastic decisions, you know, or groundbreaking decisions that would put an end. And in all their arguments, I wasn't in Parliament. Did they condemn the actions of their colleague? Yes,
so that condemnation was started by the Speaker.
Okay.
Of course, on Tuesday.
Right.
Who roundly condemned the attack on NIMOS task force, right? But then also indicated to the MPs that they will not be shielded. Parliament will not shield them. But of course, he sent a word of caution to the investigative bodies as well that they must be mindful of the privileges and immunities of members of Parliament in the discharge of their duties, right? And so that day, that the said MP, and that is Ebenezer Kwekuado, reported to the police CID, he was arraigned.
Okay.
Right, and then granted 150,000 Ghana cedis bail, and he's expected to report himself. Even when he wants to leave Accra to his constituency, per the conditions, he's expected to seek for permission. So yes, for the condemnation, it came. If, in fact, that day that the Speaker condemned the attack, Alexander Kwame Afenyomark and the minority leader indicated that, time without number, he had said that if the partisan lenses are not taken from Galamsey, the perpetrators will take advantage. Because all you need to do is hide under the cover of an umbrella or hide under the cover of an elephant. And that is it. So depending on which of these emblems are in authority, be it umbrella or elephant, you can always have an excuse to wreak havoc on the environment. So he has been very consistent in saying that partisan politics should not find its way into the Galamsey conversation. But yesterday, that was exactly what happened. Isaac Adongo took his turn to also take a dig at the former administration Isaac Ajimensa, Member of Parliament for Wasa, indicated that the calls for state of emergency is needless. It will not happen as at the time he was speaking. It will not happen today, the day after, and it will not happen tomorrow. And that this government has a solution to the Galamsey menace. And that's exactly all. Again, they also talk about the swiftness with which the said MP, the accused, has been dealt with. And that to them, if it had happened under any other administration, the story would have been different. So that's how political and how charged the atmosphere was yesterday in Parliament. Members of Parliament blaming each other on Galamsey.
All right. IB, thank you so much. That's it for Inside Out. Our guest will be joining us very shortly. Richard Ahiagba, who is Director of Communications for the NPP. Yesterday, the NPP addressed a conference where they also talked about Galamsey. And we'll talk about other things. Hamza Suhini will also be joining us. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly. Into the main conversation, Jones.
Good morning.
Morning. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm fine. Thank you. Hope you're also.
What have you got for us?
Well, it's the Star Sports, not Star Corporate Walk. Yes, so the Star Corporate Walk is on us, and then so on the 6th of December, yes, we'll have the Star Corporate Walk. We'll start from here, the premises of GHOne TV and Star FM at exactly 6 a.m. We would all move, and so we're inviting everyone to be part of it. Today is 6th November. A month from now, we would have the Star Corporate Walk, and we understand that right after the walk, we'll have some aerobics, and we'll also have some entertainment and some refreshment. So join us for the Star Corporate Walk. Now let's head to the Super Volleyball Championship, because the Army men's coach of the Army team, who are champions of the Greater Accra Volleyball League, confirmed part of the Super Volleyball Championship. Don't forget that the Super Volleyball Championship would be live on GHOne TV. And then their coach, GHOne Charles Enin, has been speaking and expresses readiness for the championship.
The Army, we don't talk much. Yeah, we deliver. Yeah, that's why you mentioned Calabria. Say okay, that is what they are saying. It's up to them. But when we get to the ground, it will decide. The Army is virtually the leader of the ground, the land. Of course, we take care of the land of the country. So we have that dominance as far as volleyball is also concerned. He has said his own. He's good. What I want to say is, police, yeah, true. They have been a thorn in our flesh for the past Super Volleyball Championship. But they can also attest that this season is not favoring them at all. Especially when we are having some other teams coming out from outside to make it an international recognized tournament. We are ready. We won't talk much, but we are ready. We entreat them to come in their numbers, to come and support the Army team, because we always say the Army is big, let's swallow. So we are going to do our swallowing thing over there. For the other people who say they have national stars, a proverb that can say, where the blacksmith is more is where. But you can now, baby, Otunfo, baby, all born a ding, and that means a one here and a cassia.
The national reps there.
We are ready for them.
Well, there you have the coach of the Army team. The Super Volleyball Championship will be happening from the 16th of November and will be live on GHOne TV. It will be at Boteman. So it is free for everyone. 8 teams for the male side and the 8 teams for the female side. Well, let's head to the other the UEFA Champions League, because we had some interesting results from the UEFA Champions League. And so yesterday we saw Pafos surprisingly beating Villarreal by a goal to nothing. Manchester City trashed Dortmund 4-1. Ajax lost to Galatasaray at home 3-0. Benfica were at home and lost to Bayern Leverkusen. And Marseille and Atalanta won again by a goal to nothing. Inter 2, Kairat 1, Club Brugge 3, Barcelona 3-3 between Club Brugge and Barcelona. Newcastle were at home and beat Athletic Club by 2-0. And then Karabakh played out a 2-2 draw with Chelsea. Let's look at how the Champions League table is looking like after 4 games. So still stand by first with 12 points. Arsenal second with 12 points. The Inter third with 12 points as well. Manchester City have 10 points. They lie fourth. Paris are fifth with 9 points. Newcastle 9 points. Real Madrid 9 points. And Liverpool 9 points. So from the 9th place to the 24th place, you have Galatasaray and the likes. Don't forget that the UEFA Champions League table, the first 8 would qualify automatically to the knockout stage, and then there will be a playoff round for the 9th to the 24th. We have 4 more games to go, and the likes of Benfica, Ajax are yet to pick a point in the UEFA Champions League. To some women's football, congratulations to Jennifer Kujo. Yes, she has signed a new contract with her new club, and she actually revealed that to Monica Bukari in an exclusive interview.
Signing this new deal with Brooklyn FC. Tell me, how does it feel for you?
I mean, it feels amazing to
be able to play in one of the highest leagues. So. Also, I love that. I love that I can go back to that place that I'm familiar with and keep developing and just keep being part of the team. I'm pretty sure the players will be welcoming, and I'm looking forward to that.
Congratulations to Jennifer Kujo in there. So there's more on the Super Volleyball Championship that will be happening at Boteman on the 16th of November on the game at 1 p.m. And then, of course, the Star Sports Digest on Star 103.5 FM at 12:30 p.m. That's all for the Sports Chat. I am Joe's ADZI, and good morning to all my audience. Of course, we lost. Don't worry, I'll shave the beard. And with that, Serwaa, that's all for sports this morning.
Right, Jones, thank you so much. Stay with me. After the break, the guests will join us. We'll get into the conversation. Long break. Our guests are not here yet. We wholeheartedly apologize for that. Meanwhile, just before they come, we had an interview with the director of the Financial Intelligence Center, Mr. Kwejo, with my colleague, Lily Mohammed. Let's bring you a playback of that interview.
Results of oral has been there for everybody to see.
Okay.
Let me just recall the Hanan case, the former
Buffer stocks.
Yeah. I'm sure you have heard what his charges are, and they're pretty serious charges. You see, having worked now, I am in quasi-law enforcement, and the thoroughness with which the AG's office has to be able to even take a case to court, right? Some of the things that you're hearing are mind-boggling.
Sure.
Right? The kinds of expenditures that were reported, and I have to be careful because this is a case in court. So I don't want to prejudice the case but purely by looking at the accusations. You see, what we need to be concerned about in Ghana is that the use of public office for private gain has been rampant. And I dare say that never in the history of our country has it been so rampant than it was in the years, intervening years between 2017 and 2024. So, oral has resulted in charges being preferred or charges being proffered against the National Service Authority, executives, National Buffer Stock, and it would appear that most of the time they are husband and wife teams. So we have entered a realm of Bonnie and Clyde sorts of financial improprieties. And what we need to be mindful of, Lily, is that every time you go to a hospital and you are waiting for treatment and it's not coming, you should be upset that somebody who has stolen your money. Every public official who steals money is stealing taxpayers' money. End of story. So, if you fall in a pothole, you know, a beautiful car that you drive falls in a pothole, and now you need to go to the mechanic because the roads were not fixed, you should be upset at somebody who has stolen your money. If you have wards in school who are going to school and coming back after 3 weeks and spending 3 months at home because they are education free, you should be upset with somebody who has stolen your money. So when you hear that a public official who, for want of a better example, earns 40,000 cedis a month, has bought a $1.6 million home in chain homes, you should be concerned.
Was your outfit involved in uncovering a number of these things?
We have been involved in every single case of financial impropriety.
Okay.
So,
does it mean we should expect more?
Oh yes.
More thrillers?
There's a lot more coming. A whole lot more. This is just scratching the surface. I can tell you for free. You see, My advice to those who have engaged in that in the past is that you will be better off alerting the authorities that this is what you have done and you are willing to pay restitution, because we will find you.
But these are just investigations, are they not? The assessment.
Most of the time it's targeted. Okay. Most of the time the evidence is difficult to refute. So if you are paid 50,000 cedis a month and you are able to franchise a hotel, and when we talk about franchising a hotel, the hotel establishment should be paying you, the owner of the bricks and mortar, to franchise. But here is the case where you are paying the hotel hundreds of thousands of dollars to franchise your hotel. It just doesn't add up.
Okay.
And let's just assume that it was a gift from heaven. Have you paid taxes on the gift? Because there are gift taxes in this country.
Ghanaians are becoming impatient. They say you made a lot of noise while in opposition, but coming almost a year ending and you haven't successfully been able to prosecute a single person.
It is very important that you do not put an innocent person behind bars. So the constitution of this country grants people enough time to prove their innocence, and it's very important. I lived through what I termed was persecution. We are not in a banana republic.
Sure.
And what I will not countenance is somebody going through what I went through. So whatever we do must be able to pass the smell test in court. There must be incontrovertible evidence. There must be receipts. There must be evidence that this person has done this. It must go before a judge or a jury for them to determine that it actually happened.
And they're guilty.
Even at the point where a judge has determined that it actually happened and pronounced sentence, we have an appellant system in this country where somebody who has even been convicted can go to the appeals court, and there are instances that appeals court have reversed judgments of the lower court. Supreme Court have reversed judgments of the lower court. So we have enough safety nets to ensure the guilt or innocence of any citizen. So we have to work to protect the rights of citizens. And indeed, when we have exculpatory evidence, even when somebody has been accused of something and you have something that you know exonerates the person, you have to provide.
Since you say you collaborate with the activities of Royal, is it that you are refusing or you're failing? Let me choose my words advisedly. You are failing to prosecute and convict these persons because you do not have a watertight case.
Well, the prosecutions are ongoing. Buffer stock is ongoing. The National Service is ongoing. There are other cases that are ongoing. But like I said, the SkyTrain case is ongoing. Right? Yes. In the case of the SkyTrain, let me tell you. In the case of the SkyTrain, one of the perpetrators was required to hand over his passport to the AG's office, to the court, basically. And unbeknownst to the court, he had a British passport, right? But the security apparatus were onto him. He was on a plane British Airways aircraft to the UK with his British passport when he was hauled off the aircraft. So, like I'm assuring you, the intelligence services have a lot of information. Sometimes they will ask you questions that they have answers to.
Okay.
Right? But they want to know, they want the veracity of what they're asking you. So, those prosecutions that are ongoing, I'm sure you recall that in the last few days, Professor Ekumfiameya's lawyers basically decided not to represent him anymore. And
the court has actually cautioned him that if he fails to come with a
those prosecutions are ongoing. But we cannot have a system where judges are pronouncing sentence on people without considering the evidence or without weighing the evidence. Because I'm sure you are aware that the burden of proof is on the people who are accusing.
On the prosecution, yes.
And in a perfect world, the world is not perfect. In a perfect world, if the Attorney General doesn't have enough evidence, the case will be thrown out. And this Attorney General is very big on making sure that his cases are watertight. So my appeal to Ghanaians is that have patience.
What is the challenge?
They won't get away with it.
Okay. What is the challenge with being able to extradite Ken Ofori-Atta?
That's a difficult one. The OSP is now working with the Aegis department to make sure that they have a case that they can present to the U.S. authorities. That is not easy, because I'll tell you that we have a mutual legal agreement with the United States government. But in the case of the money launderers that they took away, it took them 6 years. They had to come and present a case to our judges here, because our judges, and rightfully so, will scrutinize extradition requests to the T. Because I don't think anybody is happy to extradite our citizens back to any foreign country without putting a fine-tooth comb through the evidence. So there are several layers through which those requests go, but at the end of the day, a judge must determine that that must happen. And it's the same, reciprocally the same. A judge in the United States will have to determine that we are not going to bring anybody. Let's forget about Ken Ofori-Atta for a moment. We are not going to bring anybody and maliciously prosecute the person for the sake of politics. But he has a lot of cases to answer. He has a lot of questions to answer on how he steered this economy, and people will want to know. I would have wished that he came back willingly to answer the questions that he needed to answer, because those same questions were posed to Sektekpe. He didn't run. Sektekpe was here. He didn't run. Those same questions were posed to several of the people who administered this country between 2017 to 2024. I myself was here. I was arrested. I needed medical treatment. I was arrested when I was going because my name was on the stop travel. Yes, I had to make a case to Yoko before I was allowed to leave. When I came back, I was arrested. When I arrived, I was arrested. But for the intervention of the operational commander of the immigration service, I was going to be taken to immigration cells until they determined that I wasn't somebody that had to be presented before court. But my name was still on the stop list. I actually think my name is still on the stop list as we speak today, but who knows?
Is Ken Ofori-Atta on your radar as FIC?
Well, we collaborate with the AG's office.
Okay.
So that should answer. And the OSP, yes, they see.
But is he on your radar, yes or no?
He's not on my radar.
Okay.
What the work that needed to be done has been done, and it's the OSP and the AG's office that are requiring him to come and account for his stewardship. I think that it is fair for people to be asked to account for their stewardship. I didn't run away anywhere. Setup didn't run away anywhere. All the other people who were, and many of them, I mean, I remember that my trips to Yoko was like a high school reunion of sorts, because almost all the members of the past administration had to go and answer questions. Alex Mode, Kojo Bonsu, even my boss, my former boss, Dr. Spiogabra, was hauled to Yoko. Dr. Spiogabra has served this country since the 1980s. Nobody has laid a glove on him in terms of wrongdoing. And I know Dr. Spiogabra. I know him very well. He is the last person. He's even too proud to steal. And yet, he was badly treated at Yoko. So, if we want to have a conversation about how suspected perpetrators are treated, let's have that conversation. But for people who put people through worse to now be complaining about the same system that they set up is a little strange to me.
Okay.
I'm confounded, because don't forget that when President Mahama came to power, he didn't change all the people at Yoko. Certainly hasn't changed all the people here. I am the only new employee in this outfit.
Okay.
Me, I'm the only new employee. So what has changed? The information systems that we need to identify and target money laundering were donated or given to us and monitored by foreign intelligence agencies.
Okay.
So they are strictly monitored.
Okay.
Even upgrades. The franchising that we do for the systems that we use, most of the servers and stuff sit outside the shores of this country. Nothing has changed significantly for those complaints to be made manifest. It is the system that was put in place by the very people who are complaining. So if we want to have a conversation about that, let's have a conversation. But many of them, in my view, or some of them, are trying to cry more than the bereaved. Some of them are shouting to the hills. They are ululating like wolverines in heat to mask what they themselves may have done. My view. Okay. So let's let the system work. Let's allow our laws to work, because there are lots of laws that actually protect people. And I'm telling you, have it on record, that more people have their bona fides checked and corrected than there are people who we have cases against that we forward to the authorities.
Okay.
It's lopsidedly in favor of those who have done nothing. Right? And I've given you examples of people who had absolutely done nothing and they checked out.
Okay.
So, Ghanaians should have patience. Okay. Those who have flouted the law will be dealt with. But we cannot go on a spree of hunting down people who have done nothing. Okay. Let's not forget that many of these people employ people. Right? In the case of Richard Quay, he owns Burger King. So, if you shut down his work because he held a party at the Independence Square, granted, I won't do that. But it's not for me to determine what he does if his finances are germane.
Okay.
Because I am talking about his particular case because it was well publicized.
Yes.
Right? But we had a meeting with him, his lawyers, 5 officials from the BOG, and we went through what his and he completely checked out.
Okay.
Actually, he actually pays his taxes on time.
Okay. Okay.
He came here with sea trunks.
Okay.
Of manifested evidence of his activities.
Okay.
So if you go and shut down Burger King, right? And what's the other thing? Pinkberry, is it Pinkberry?
Yeah, Pinkberry, Pizza Man.
Chicken Man, Pizza Man, whatever man, right? And the 4,500 workers that his young people that he employs are not being paid. That's on you.
Okay. Okay.
Right?
Beyond Richard
So,
Yamakwa.
if I had advice to give him, I'll tell him that next time they'll have a party at Independence Square. Maybe do it like a biscuit. But that's
his own perk.
Yeah, that's the advice I'll give him. But he has a right to live.
Now, since we talk about flaunting of wealth, there's been an influx of flaunting of wealth, especially on social media. Is this something that you're concerned about? I ask this because in some time past, Ghana was flagged for activities of money laundering by the EU.
Well, those people who are doing that should be very careful because we've sent people back.
Okay.
We've repatriated people. Many of them have been caught. And the social media, let's just say that they should be careful if they are flaunting illicit wealth on social media. Because once again, the security of this country is very strong. Very, very strong. Stronger than anybody thinks it is. If you are flaunting wealth on social media and the money is illicit, they'll get you. In fact, you're actually handing yourselves over to them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are a number of these people
Even
under
if
your radar, especially celebrities who do these? Ghanaian celebrities, foreign celebrities who come to Ghana?
Why would I want to give you that information, Lily?
You don't want to give that out?
No, I wouldn't tell you.
But you're cautioning them. It means they're on your radar.
You said it. I didn't say it.
Anyway, let's talk about...
If you see, does it make sense to you that if you are making money illicitly and you are sitting on in a media space that millions of people see what you are doing? Are you not handing yourselves over to those authorities? Is there anybody who thinks that the financial, national security, and you see, don't forget that some of these things have national security implications, right? National security, the Signals Bureau, IOCO, Financial Intelligence Center, and there's a unit in the police headquarters called the Financial Fraud Unit.
Yes.
Many people don't know about them, but they are watching everybody. So if you are doing it, they'll get you.
Okay.
My advice to them is don't do it. Why would you want to be living that kind of life only for you to be one day arrested and taken to jail?
Is your outfit involved in the fight against galamsey?
Oh, that's a loaded question. We are involved in the licensing of people who may want to work with Gold Board.
Okay.
We are involved in tracking gold smuggling.
Okay.
We actively track the gold smugglers. So we have had occasion to deal with companies that we suspect are smuggling gold.
Okay.
And it's something that the foreign intelligence agencies are very concerned about, because clearly it may finance terrorist activities, not just in Ghana, elsewhere. Okay. Because gold is a very, perhaps it's the safest store of wealth. That's the reason why most economies use their gold reserves to back their currency.
Sure.
So gold reserves can be used to back terrorism. Gold reserves can be used to back arms trade. Gold reserves can be used to back
You're welcome back to the show. This is GH Today. I am Serwaa. It's time for the breakfast review. And I have to apologize on behalf of my guests that we are starting the review very late. Very unlike me. And I promise you that it won't happen again. I'm joined this morning by Hamza Suini Esquire. He's a private legal practitioner and a member of the NDC's communications team. Hamza, good morning.
Good morning.
Richard Ahiagba is the Director of Communications for the NPP. Richard, good morning to you too.
Morning.
So yesterday you held a press conference and once again accused the judiciary of being biased and weaponizing bail conditions against political opponents. And then, of course, there was a conversation about Galamsey as well. But let's start from Galamsey, okay? Yesterday also in Parliament, there was some, for the want of a better expression, fight among MPs on who has done better in the fight against Galamsey. And that's because of what happened over the weekend with Naimos and the alleged involvement of the Member of Parliament for Isutifi North. And I'm going to ask you because, you know, I'm sure that you have heard people say you really have no moral right to criticize the NDC in their fight against Galamsey. They've just been in power for 10 months. You were in power for 8 years. You could not solve the issue of Galamsey, but you expect them to solve it within 10 months?
Yeah, so good morning again, and good morning to my good brother. We didn't expect the NDC to solve Galamsey in 10 months. They gave themselves less than 10 months to solve Galamsey.
When did they do that?
Check the record in 2024 when we were campaigning. They told us if some George says that, oh, they could deal with this thing in a week or two. President Mahama himself told us that Akufo-Addo has control. He's in power. He should solve Galamsey. And if it was easy for Akufo-Addo to be in power and solve Galamsey, he's been in power for 10 months. It's more than enough. A human being is made in less than 10 months, correct? If anybody had conceived on January 7th, whatever, a whole human being would have been made. And so what are we waiting for? It is very simplistic to say that, oh, 10 months too short, 8 years, and so that we should allow them time. No, the problem is urgent. It's an urgent survival issue that we are facing. So if we can solve it today, it should be solved today. But what is even more compelling for us to put pressure on His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and his government to act now, not tomorrow, not 8 years, is that the issue of Galamsey and how it ought to be contended is a conversation that we have had over time. And it's not as if they have been absent in that conversation. They, in seeking to win political office, leverage Galamsey. Their people are participating in Galamsey. So if President Mahama wanted to put a clear posture that he's committed to fighting Galamsey, his people that are engaged in Galamsey ought to be dealt with expeditiously. This idea, what we know about their second vice or so, who's been brought or cited for involvement in Galamsey. One, Mr. Abanga, I don't know the other name, his brother, they are twins, I think. And then their national organizer. And just recently, when President Mahama himself painstakingly has put together an operation to fight Galamsey Naimos, when they had gone to arrest people, his member of parliament has gone there forcibly free the people. Now, if President Mahama wants us to take him seriously on this fight, he ought to deal with that situation expressly, because that man was obstructing justice. Justice in seeking...
How do you expect him to deal with it? The man has been put before court. He's been granted bail. So how do you expect the president to deal with it?
Well, we are watching. You see the burden, we're going to get into that discussion to deal with the bail conditions that you talked about earlier. See how much the man was bailed for? The rationalization I heard from my good brother, Felix Kwachufosu, yesterday was that, there is a crime, a lesser crime. But here we are sitting as a country confronted existentially with Galamsey affecting our collective survival. And people are rating that to be a lesser crime in relation to whatever crime they are talking about. So the President Mahama has demonstrated a lack of political will in fighting this very serious problem that confronts our collective survival, our environment, and people are experiencing. In fact, it's the NDC. In 2024, it came to the height in the campaign, they were citing people being born with deformities. They were citing that is a problem that requires express attention. So it's not a question, Serwaa, of whether anybody has moral right or do. There is a question of a problem that exists. A problem that exists that the government has all the system infrastructure, it has all the security apparatus behind it to deal with, and they are not dealing with it. Its members are engaged in it. And the way they are dealing with their members presupposes, actually is enabling more people to get into it. And so if anybody is citing that MPP is saying they should fight Galamsey and we don't have a moral right, that person is living in denial because MPP is not in power today. For what reason would MPP be referenced in a matter that actively requires a government decision? If anything, is the NDC also, if they claim that we lost, most people claim that we lost the election because of Galamsey, right? I say that comes in two folds. One, with the 2020 election, our determined effort to fight Galamsey led to us losing a lot of seats in the Galamsey areas. Whilst the NDC was roaming around in the Galamsey telling people when Mahama comes the following day they should go and start Galamsey. In 2024, the same thing played out. They were campaigning on Galamsey, which is why they cannot fight Galamsey. Their people wanted their time now to also do Galamsey. And so the truth of the matter is that there is no serious commitment to fighting Galamsey. So it's both a failure of strategy and a failure of political will. President Mahama has not shown considerable commitment to this fight. Even though they talk big game in opposition, they have come to power and have failed abysmally to show any effort, any commitment to ending this menace.
So when it comes to this particular member of parliament, you said you're expecting the president to do something. What exactly are you expecting him to do?
Well, there's such thing as scapegoating. If you are an individual seeing that your government, your party, okay, is on the line for a conduct that they promised they were going to end, and you supposedly are part of it, to say that when we come, we'll end Galamsey. And people have been apprehended. You know how difficult it is finding even the owners of the sites. In this case, the owner of the site was there, okay? And then somehow these people are arrested and you come to free them. On what grounds are you freeing them? Is it his place? Clearly obstructing justice. So this person should be used as a scapegoat to let every NDC member knows that, yes, it's our party that is in government, but you cannot be allowed.
Used as a scapegoat how?
Yes, a scapegoat.
Like
so
suspended
right now,
from the party?
the very thing they are doing, giving people 8 million bail, they should give a bail condition that serves as a deterrent that if you go and claim that because it's your party that is in government, you will be held accountable. So this individual should be kept in at least for 48 hours and processed expeditiously to court and sentenced. Because what he did, there is no amount of investigation that you need to be able to establish that he did that. He did that. There's evidence that he's done that. Okay, so expeditious in 48 hours, you show him and show all NDC people that this government is not here to play, especially its own people who will undermine the fight to end Galamsey. So if you are a member of parliament and you have gone to misconduct yourself so grossly in this manner, we are not going to treat you with kid gloves. So you are brought in 48 hours before your bail condition is paid, you are before court, and the court will remand you till the issue is dealt with.
Okay,
that's how he needs to deal with this individual to signal that the NDC, his Excellency John Dramani Mahama, is serious about fighting corruption. Galamsey.
Galamsey. So he should be kept in custody for
48 hours. In that period,
mandatorily?
I mean, the law provides for that, at least.
But do you know the reasoning behind the 48 hours? I mean, if someone can meet his bail conditions today,
but I'm just saying,
the next couple of hours, why should he be kept in for 48 hours?
But people could meet, Untumi could have met 150,000 bail condition if that was what he was given. But he was given 150 million. And he was given 150 million, because they know that would not be easy for him to meet. So if you really want to, the bail condition is not set in, there is no standard as to what bail you set, bail condition you set. So instead of saying 150, if you really want to show, you could have given him a bail condition that you know he cannot meet expressly, so that you keep him within that 48 hours,
so you
process
are
him and bring him.
That you know bail conditions are set to punish people when you have, because I listened to you yesterday,
go ahead.
And you said that bail shouldn't be used to punish persons who have committed crimes. But you are saying now that they should set the bail condition of this MP so high that he will not be able to meet it immediately, and because of that, keep him in custody.
But that's what the NDC is teaching us.
I'm asking you.
I'm saying that. No, I'm learning that from what they have done. So I'm only saying that what they have started doing, which is not acceptable, but that's what they have insisted on doing, using bail condition as a means to hold people perpetually against their right, against the provision of the Constitution. I'm saying that then if President Mahama wants to show that he is balanced and he wants to fight crime, which this action the MP conducted himself is a crime, then he should give him that bail condition that precludes him from being able to meet it, as he has done to Untumi, he has done to Gift Awari, has done to Abdul Hanan. Do so that in the next 48 hours, when he's not able to meet that, whilst that 48 hours run, he prepares a case against this man, have him brought before court, and the court remands him till his case is done, so that it would serve as a clear indication to the NDC elements who think that because it's their government in power, they would engage in corruption, they will engage in criminal activity, and go scot-free. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will not tolerate it. But until you do that, the perception this government continues to create for us Ghanaians is that there are two categories of citizens in this country. On one hand is the rest of us who are dealt with in a different manner, and then on the other are NDC members or NDC citizens of this country, persons like my good brother Hamza. They are dealt with differently. So the law is not applied evenly or equally, even though that's the requirement of the law, that all of us citizens are equal before the law. The creation of these two Ghana, the NDC Ghana and the rest of us, is the evidence that you see that an individual go clearly to obstruct justice, but is let go with kids' gloves, and then people who are merely perceived to have misconducted themselves in office without any court determining that they are guilty, they are pronounced guilty on the media, and then are given unreasonable bail conditions so they can be kept, against the law. And that's the situation we have. So it shows from what President Mahama is doing, that the example I give you is because that's a standard he has set, and if that standard is what they believe in, then they should apply it to themselves. But obviously, he will not apply it to him, and that's why the man is home, having committed that egregious act affecting the fight against Galamsey. The very institution that President Mahama himself has set up is being undermined. And I've heard a lot of NDC, except Hamza will not admit it on TV, who have called me and said that action is not acceptable, that their own MP had gone mobilize people to attack a system that the president himself has set up. That's a poke in the eye for the president. That should not be let go that easily. But somehow he's part of the NDC Ghana, NDC citizen, so therefore he doesn't get to face the law like you and I will face the law. That is the unequal Ghana Mahama is creating.
I see. Mr. Sweeney.
Good morning once again, Serwaa. And of course, congratulations. I've not had the opportunity of congratulations on earning the title Esquire. Congratulations, and I wish you the very best in practice in particular. And of course, good morning to my own good brother, a senior brother, but unfortunately who has been induced by the problematic politics of the NPP for some time now. Serwaa, yesterday I had the benefit of listening to the General Secretary of the NPP, and for me, one thing stood out quite strongly. I was painfully reminded by that press conference about the fate of the New Patriotic Party and the urgent need for activists of the party to begin to demand quicker reforms if indeed the party will continue to live up to its expectation. Because listening to the General Secretary, it was palpable that what he sought to do was simply to once again recycle the very failure that led to their humiliating defeat in the last election. But to him, I'm sure he thought that that was an appropriate platform to begin to reach out to his party people in a campaign fashion so that he could be retained as General Secretary of the NPP. But he failed. Because you see, I simply could not believe that the General Secretary of the biggest opposition party would reduce himself and the party to pedestrian way of communicating as far as our political discourse is concerned. And I'm surprised that Richard is being charged to defend that porous press statement. And I'll explain why. You organize a press conference based on an investigation that has been carried out by a state agency and a decision made by the judiciary, which is also supposed to be an independent arm of government. And you proceed to draw your own conclusions, faulty conclusions, and based on which you have alleged that the presidency seemed not to be working and that the judiciary itself is being influenced without any shred of evidence. First of all, if you are to concentrate on the galamsey allegations they are making against the MP, for many of us who are members of the National Democratic Congress, we are clear. Indeed, I can show you evidence of social media posts of sitting chief executives of this government who, based on the Erastus report, called on His Excellency President Mahama and the government not to deal with this issue lightly. That evidence is there. So that tells you the position of the government and appointees of this government, that indeed this is not a government that is ready to shield its own people when it comes to the issue of illegal mining. There were many of us who raised issues of natural justice with that open declaration by our colleagues. But even with that, we could understand their anger. It was justified. Because no responsible advocate of the rule of law would simply decide to say that the MP was guilty because of the report of Erastus Asare-Danko, who himself was not at the scene of the event, but simply was reporting what he was told. But because of the emotions and sensationalism and the anger, which is justified when it comes to the issues of illegal mining, many of us took as the gospel truth the second-hand report of Erastus Danko and proceeded to call for sanctions to be meted out to the MP. Even in your journalistic ethics, the normal thing Erastus should have done after listening to a so-called report that is attached to the NIMOs was simply to reach out to the MP and get his side of the story before putting it out on social media. But because of the sensationalism and the politics of the whole issue, many of us did not ask these legitimate questions or lingering questions. We allowed it to slide. But, Serwaa, that is not even the problem. The government, upon receiving information to that effect, a directive was issued by the minister responsible for Interior, and the IGP decided to take up the matter. And in less than 24 hours, the gentleman was invited, interrogated, and the police probably got convinced that there were certain aspects that he needed to bring clarity to. And that could only be done in a law court. And so he was arraigned before the courts of the land. With that speed of light, we never saw that in the last 8 years of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and the NPP. Richard should prove me wrong. Indeed, under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the minister responsible for lands and natural resources, Honorable Abu Jinapo, had cause to issue a statement to condemn the activities of Akonta Mining and that of Wontumi. Wontumi was never invited to the CID for any form of investigation. Indeed, it took His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to publicly clear Akonta Mining and Wontumi, even after that statement from the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Today, His Excellency President Mahama and the NDC government is not engaged in the politics of clearing. What we have done is unprecedented to our own. Less than 24 hours, arranged before law courts of this country after preliminary investigations have been carried on. That is progress. That shows commitment. And when I listen to them say, oh, this is a test case for His Excellency the President, then I'm reminded of how these guys undermine judicial processes in this country. And so they expect the NDC to go by that standard. But what they have forgotten is that this is a government that promised a reset. And so we would not lead this country based on the abysmal standards they set for us. President Mahama is not the IGP. President Mahama is not the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. President Mahama is not the judge who presided over this case when the MP was brought before the courts. And so you can say whatever you want to say. The state institutions are beginning to work in a way that all of us should be proud of. But your invitation this morning, and that this is a test case for President Mahama, is simply an invitation to begin to wax power, like Nana Addo Dankwa and the NPP did. So you expect President Mahama to pick a phone call and call the Chief Justice or call the judge who sat on the case and say that, look, the bail condition should not be 150,000, it should be 1 million. What kind of logic is that? And because it was acceptable under you people, you think that this government would engage in that unhealthy way of influencing judicial decisions of the Republic of Ghana, even though our constitution says it's an independent arm of government. We will not do that. The best we can do is to await the processes of the investigations to conclude and a determination to be made in our law courts. Then the National Democratic Congress would now sit as a political party, including His Excellency President Mahama, to also determine what sanctions would be to be meted out to the said MP. That is, if he is found guilty. Then your cause would be justified. Because even though the gentleman would have been taken through our legal processes as a country, the political party on which he is a member of parliament would also activate its own internal mechanisms to deal with him. But we cannot proceed to begin to deal with the said gentleman as a party when the matter is before court. That's one. You guys have also raised issues about the conditions, bail conditions. And you see, Richard, this is free advice to the MPP. Sometimes be careful about the things you advocate for. I've heard them say that, oh, even the decision to keep him in Accra and not to let him travel out is not onerous enough. Mind you, I have a serious problem with that particular condition, and that should tell you the difference between the NDC and the MPP. And I invite you on this tangent to be part of that call. Richard, you see, if you are not careful, this is a sitting member of parliament who has been restrained by a court order from visiting his own constituency, at a constitutional imperative to represent them in parliament. Let us be careful so that political parties do not take advantage of this particular directive to prevent MPs from visiting their constituencies so that they would have an opportunity to campaign while the MP is languishing in Accra. It's a dangerous precedent. And for all of us Democrats, we should be worried. Because if tomorrow an MPP MP under the same regime is told that he cannot go to his constituency because there's a pending case in court, then people would cry foul. They would say that the government is interfering with the judiciary to prevent their MP from going to campaign, whilst the government has a free day to operate in that particular constituency. That is the reason why I expected your General Secretary and the party to have openly condemned that restriction. Unfortunately, you guys are interested in the politics of it. I have also listened to the lame comparison of the fate of Wontumi to that of the MP and the fact that the 150,000 bail bond is too small. In the case of Wontumi, and I'm glad that you are a lawyer, so Serwaa, you know this. In the case of GHOne, it should be clear that GHOne himself was accused of engaging in illegal mining. And a company registered, of which he's a director, is also said to be complicit in those activities. This is instrumental. And so when the courts decide to set a bail condition, these factors will be taken into consideration. In the case of this MP, remember, we are not accusing him of engaging in illegal mining. The allegation is that he was seen obstructing the course of justice. These two allegations of crime cannot be the same, and it will not be treated the same by any competent court in this jurisdiction. That is one fundamental difference that we need to appreciate. Serwaa, another fundamental difference has to do with the personalities involved. One is a sitting member of Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. And so there is the assumption that the likelihood of absconding is very minimal, and he can easily be traced. The other is simply an original chairman of the New Patriotic Party, an opposition party, with no responsibilities towards the state as we speak. And so that difference would be taken into consideration by any judge seeking to set bail conditions in that light. Because clearly, it will be easier to trace and track a sitting member of parliament, and his motivations for wanting to abscond will be quite minimal as compared to that of a regional chairman of a New Patriotic Party who owes the state little responsibilities when it comes to political responsibilities. Every judge would consider that. So don't compare the two. And I also listened to the General Secretary allege that, the government is engaged in interfering with the judiciary because the Attorney General is engaged in prejudicial comments and he has not been sanctioned. And that one of their young lawyers was also engaged in something similar, but he was sanctioned. Another laughable allegation. And I was disappointed listening to the gentleman because he himself, Kodua, is a lawyer and ought to have known better. All the press engagements that the Attorney General have had related to cases that were yet to be filed in court. Is that not a fact, Serwaa? From, what's his name, Wahab Hanan, to, what's the name of the National Signals Bureau, your party financier? Edu Buahin and the likes. I'm glad that you accepted that he was a financier without contesting it.
Well,
but
you wanted a name, I gave you a name.
The context that I wanted the name of the financier who is also before the law courts. And I'm glad that you graciously provided the name.
No problem.
But you see, Serwaa, all these press engagements, these were engagements intended to let the people of Ghana know what the Office of Minister of Justice was engaged in. And these were statements made even before the Attorney General went to court. Since the Attorney General went to court with these charges, have you heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Attorney General granting any interview relating to these substantive cases before the law courts of the land? Absolutely not. If the Attorney General was engaged in that conduct, then that comparison could have been made. But all cases that he has run public commentary on has to deal with cases that he was informing the good people of this country that he was preparing to go to court. Upon going to court, you have not heard him talking about the National Signals Bureau or granting interviews to that effect, or that of Wahab and the likes. But this gentleman who ought to have known better appeared before the law courts of the land. A judge made a decision. You were seated in there as a young lawyer, and you decided to come out and run commentary on the said happenings on social media with your own jaundiced appreciation of the law. So the judge would be duty-bound to caution you. And if you do not heed to that caution, cite you for contempt. And so there was nothing untoward. We experience this in this country. Indeed, the Deputy Communications Officer of the National Democratic Congress, Akogan & Co., you remember the Muntie 3, were hauled before our law courts for statements they made that was considered injurious to our judicial architecture in this country. And indeed, they were sentenced under an NDC government, because this is a government that respects our state institutions and the independence of the judiciary. So it didn't start now, even under us. 3 leading members of the NDC were sentenced for statements that the judiciary found unacceptable. So that standard is there. And that is why I've always said that, look, for the NPP, it is not about the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana or our laws. It has always been about how to massage our constitutional principles to satisfy their parochial interests and to hell with the entirety of our national interests as a people. And I dare say, Serwaa, that the greatest sacrifice we can make for this country as citizens is to make it a religious calling, to ensure that we rise against the politics of the NPP and make it practically impossible for them to even dream of getting close to the presidency of the Republic of this country. Because the NPP is a canker that needs to be decisively dealt with. It is a waste of time, it is obstructionist in nature, and it's simply concerned about their parochial interests. And if I say parochial interests, it boils down to their appetite to want to fill their pockets. And we have seen it in the litany of press conferences that the Attorney General has organized about their conduct in power. And so be rest assured, unlike you people, and your record on the fight against Galamsey, it is still fresh on our minds. Even people like, what's the name of the gentleman who was tasked with the responsibility of being the secretary to the Interministerial Task Force on Illegal Mining, who was caught on tape by an ass, BCU, receiving bribes. We've not experienced that under this government. Indeed, even where you, the MPP people, have raised allegations against our own national executives, the vice chairman and the national organizer, we have had to direct that they should be investigated. And they are undergoing, the state institutions are investigating them. Mere allegations that you guys threw out, that is a remarkable departure from what we were used to in the past. So let me dare say that what you can do to help the fight, if you have any evidence, is to produce that evidence and let us be convinced that indeed the said honorable MP was complicit and was engaged in Galamsey. And be rest assured that unlike you, this government will not protect him. And he himself knows that. Because like I have indicated, many of our leading government functionaries have come out publicly to condemn his actions. But I am resisting the temptation to do so, because I feel that the fight against illegal mining must be rooted in fair reportage and the truth. Until I am convinced by a court decision that indeed the gentleman was engaged in what he has been alleged to have been engaged in, I will resist the temptation to want to condemn him. But I'm glad that the state institutions are working, and quickly for that matter. In less than 24 hours, he's been arraigned before our law courts of the land, something the MPP couldn't do in 8 years against their people. We have demonstrated that. The commitment is there. And we will sacrifice any government appointee or any party functionary who is caught in the web of illegal mining, and that you can take that promise to the bank. This is not a government that will dilly-dally with the fight against illegal mining.
Okay. Just please quickly on it so we can move to the next one.
Yeah. So, I mean, Hamza is a nice guy. He has a difficult job of defending a government who is not performing. It's a government of talk. This is the NDC government. It's a government of talk. And one of the trademarks of the NDC is the ability to turn white, to turn black to white and red to white when it comes to it. So what Hamza is doing, I'm not surprised. He's asking evidence of alacrity and Akufo-Addo. He knows that. When we came to government and concerns about Asenso and the rest, where there were some allegations, the president commissioned an investigation into that. There was allegation right during the vetting of the energy minister. There was an investigation in that. So talk about issues of alacrity and trying to deal with matters expressly under our administration. Evidence is replete. But what I want to remind Hamza, which is struggling to defend, that a whole country is invested in dealing with Galamsey. The president himself has formed a task force whose initial effort to try to set up takes them to a region, and part of their operation, they get information that what you are setting up to do, somebody is to prevent, somebody is here actively galamseying. And they go there, see people, arrest them, and an individual says, I am an MP of that party. How dare you show up and arrest people? Don't you know that these people are NDC people? Don't you know? Let them go and force the individual. They won't budge, and they forcibly take the key and let the people go. And you think that that is something you can tell us, that it is okay, and tell me about due process, and tell me about this, and tell me about that, and the law lets him go, and that does not compare to Wontumi, doesn't compare to that? We're talking about Galamsey. We are talking about a whole government investment to deal with it. There is nothing more egregious than what the MP did. He ought to be punished expressly. If this government, Hamza, is to indicate to Ghanaians that it is not dilly-dallying with Galamsey, the fight against Galamsey, because it is invested, it's complicit in your campaigns. You promoted Galamsey. Now that you're in government, you find it difficult to do it. And everything you are doing so far is to fool us Ghanaians by talking about the issue rather than doing something to solve the problem. You talk about undermining judicial process. At the very heart of this reset agenda that you promise is an attempt to undermine the judiciary, make it subservient to the executive. To it, you've gone ahead to remove the Chief Justice on very flimsy excuses that are brought by people determined to remove a Chief Justice. Sorry, Hamza.
He's still
no, but
I get what you mean.
Yeah. But you know, Hamza, this is a government that is supposed to deal with Galamsey. And
that is dealing with Galamsey.
No, that is not dealing with Galamsey. Its people are doing it. In fact, that just the point you have just made. You know, Serwaa, in February this month, the MP for our win, one Oscar Ofori, was banished by the traditional authorities for engaging in Galamsey. What has happened to that? That's not MPP, but that is a traditional authority of the Our Win area. They banished him, the sitting MP. They banished him. What has the government done about that? 0, 0, 0. You haven't done anything about it. So at the heart of the reset is to undermine the judiciary. Today, people, as I told you earlier, there are two citizens, category of citizens. One person goes to the court, one person gets in trouble, and they are given hefty amounts of bail. There's no amount of justification. There's no amount of, equalization of crime. This is high, this is low. That justifies why somebody is given 800 million bail condition to meet. For what reason? But that has happened. Okay, so the judicial process that you're saying is not being undermined, your singular effort to remove the Chief Justice explains that you are determined to make the judiciary subservient. Look, otherwise, Serwaa, nothing explains to me why the president, the first order of business of the Attorney General was to issue seven nolle prosequi in a case relating to NDC people. Okay, key among them, the Saglemi matter, where 200 million was supposed to have been spent. And today, we don't have a building there. We don't have anybody occupying all that shell that they put up there. Then you have the confidence to issue a nolle prosequi to say that the state is not interested in pursuing that case. But yet, you set up to remove a Chief Justice for crimes or for alleged flimsy allegations that does not even amount to even $10,000. Can you tell me the logic that makes that reasonable? besides a political agenda to undermine the judiciary. So Hamza, that's what has happened under you. The Attorney General, when we come to his case, it's even more egregious. Everything that the Attorney General is doing, Serwaa, you know this, is calculated. Beforehand, they have told us, okay, Mr. Yao Domelevo says that the balance of evidence they collected in this oral escapade is a bunch of garbage, okay, that they have collected. Now, what that is supposed to do is a political character assassination of members of the New Patriotic Party, and in doing so, brand the New Patriotic Party as a corrupt political party. That's the entire objective. That's the entire idea by the NDC government, led by the Attorney General. So all these press conferences he's holding, it is not aimed at advancing any accountability. It is to besmirch the character of the individuals involved, dirty the name of the New Patriotic Party. Whether those cases go to court and the people vindicate themselves or not, they have crystallized for the Ghanaian people that Abdul Hanan is a criminal. They have crystallized for the Ghanaian people, Gifty Owari is a criminal. They have crystallized for the Ghanaian people, Kwabena Dubois is a criminal. They have crystallized for Ghanaian people, Owuntumi has committed crime. That's what their MO is. So this whole thing that we keep talking about is a denial of due process. And you are a lawyer, you understand. The history of due process go way back, okay, to the Magna Carta. The idea is to put burden on the state so that it doesn't at will deny citizens their liberty. It doesn't at will take people's rights from them without meeting a certain high threshold. So if you have a government that is not interested in according that due process right to citizens, you know that the judiciary is being undermined. And they won't say anything. The judges won't say anything. They watch for this thing to happen. Now you're saying that the Attorney General hasn't made any prejudicial statement because before he goes to court, or once he goes to court, doesn't make any comment. But the point here is that he has prejudiced the minds of the public, okay, in a manner that already determined those people to be criminal. And he knows as a lawyer, okay, that you cannot, by yourself, by your evidence, pronounce anybody guilty, because our Constitution is clear on that you presume people innocent until proven guilty. Is the Attorney General a court? He's not. So why is he doing that?
When the NPP was singing the government official one song for President Mahama, had he been convicted?
Which MPP sings that song? Have you heard me sing that song?
Well, you are here in your capacity
as
the communications
no problem,
director
but
for
I'm
the
saying
NPP.
That, did you hear?
You people were so sure that President Mahama was government official one and he was engaged in corrupt practices.
Okay. What was the NDC's response?
I'm asking you, did your people know that due process had to be followed?
I don't know about that song that's being sung. What the song that is being sung today is what we're talking about.
Okay.
You are listening to the song. Hold on. So while you are listening to the song being sung today, and you are talking about yesterday's.
Why don't you deal with today's? Because
no,
you are part. You did it,
matter.
and it's being done to you, and you are complaining.
So, but so you are trying to say?
I am not trying to say.
But so then don't bring it. If that's not what you're trying to say,
why not?
Because if you are trying to say that, then it means that you approve of what was done yesterday.
But your people did it. You and your people did it.
Does it make it right today that it's done?
So you admit that it wasn't right?
I am not saying that. I'm just saying you are the one raising you. No, but you can't ask me a question that you don't have an answer to.
Was it right?
Serwaa.
I want to find out. In fact, that was what this was leading to.
No.
That, and you know, you both accuse each other so much of corruption, and then very little is done when you come into power and prosecutions have to begin. You start by talking about the nolle prosequis that the AG issued against some of the people that were standing trial. They make the argument that some of these cases have been going on for 7 years and whatnot. You have not been able to prove them.
That is not a valid excuse. It's completely a shabby excuse.
Okay.
Because look, you know And this is a test of, this is the difference between the Akufo-Addo era and the Mahama,
What's
His
the
Excellency
difference?
Mahama era.
What's the
Because
difference?
under the Akufo-Addo regime, due process was extended to these people. That's why it carried on. Because when you take the case to court, the person who is a citizen, who has some allegation brought against him by the state must meet a certain high threshold. So when the state brings a case and they file application, you lawyers will know what it is. They file application to review this, to file application to do this. Then the legal process provides for all of that. They must be countenanced when they file objections, they file whatever it is that they've been filing in court. Okay, the process allows for that. And so that is what is carried on.
I'll come back to you.
No, you can go back to him. But I'm saying that it was due process, and you are the ones who says that what? The wheels of justice grind slowly. Why does it grind slowly, Serwaa? So this is your first lecture after your degree. Why does the wheel grind slowly? Yes, because that's what we say that often, right? Why does it grind slowly? So tell me why.
Please go ahead and make your point.
No, I want you to tell me.
Go ahead and make your point.
Because you are trying to make a case that has run for 8 years is unreasonable, but yet you believe as a lawyer that the wheels of justice grind slowly. Because it has built in it due process that is designed to put a high burden on the state to prove beyond reasonable doubt. And to prove beyond reasonable doubt takes a lot of doing. And that's why the cases have carried on. So for a government to come and say, oh, we are no longer interested because it carried on too long, is a government that is condoning corruption.
That is not what the Attorney General said.
The
Attorney General said that he had reviewed the dockets.
Yeah.
There was not enough evidence. You have just said that it is to be proven beyond reasonable doubt.
Yes.
If there isn't enough evidence to prove beyond reasonable doubt, what are you keeping the person for?
So you are trying to tell me there's no reasonable evidence to suggest that what happened in Saglemi, the $200 million having been dissipated.
I am not the Attorney General, and I have not seen
No,
the
but you are
document.
I'm coming.
Yes,
I'm coming.
yes,
No,
yes.
but I haven't finished. I allow you to speak. You see, you are, no problem. You are, Serwaa, you are a citizen. You are saying that the two of us, you are a neutral arbiter in this matter.
Absolutely.
That we're going. And you are trying to tell me that a notice protocol filed by the Attorney General to free Collins Dauda of any wrongdoing in that dissipation of a national resource. And yet today we don't have one room there that anybody has bought and is living in. And you are saying that the Attorney General says that there is no evidence that money was dissipated. Is that what he's saying? That he doesn't have evidence that Collins Dauda was there and that he was supposed to expend that money to build a certain affordable homes for Ghanaians. And now, as we speak, there is not one single affordable home there. What evidence is he saying he doesn't have?
One single affordable housing where?
No, there's all there is a shell of building. There is nothing there.
Oh, so the project was commenced and construction had gone on, right? With $150 million.
The contract was not supposed to build shells.
I'm asking
it was supposed to build.
And the amount released was meant to finish the entirety of the project.
It was supposed to build and deliver. Okay, about 5,000 or so affordable homes.
So I think that you have given him.
Please wrap up for me.
So the point I am making is that, so if truly you will be a neutral arbiter in this matter, you yourself to be able to put your own view on the matter to say that it is completely unacceptable. It is completely self-serving. It is completely a political decision to segregate the citizenship and say that these ones are on the NDC side, these are on the other side, and so therefore the ones on our side will treat them specially. So even though they have dissipated 200 million of the country's money, we'll let them go in a certain filing of nolle prosequi to say we can't pursue that case. But when it comes to these other people, we will go heaven and earth. But before then, we will media try them and crystallize for the country that they are criminals. And when we go to court, there is no evidence to support it. But then somehow we have convicted them in a court of public opinion. Okay. That's what they have done. And that's how they have undermined our due process regime. And that is how come the NDC is today allowing its own people to do galamsey and can't do anything about it because for them, they are a special class of citizens. So when Hamza is sitting here telling you that this is a government that does that, this is a government that does this, it is all talk no action. There is no evidence of work done so far. The 9 months which you guys were praising to be the panacea to dealing with galamsey issue in this country has started its work even before its foundation is put down anywhere to do work. Your own MPs are costing it and removing people in their arrested under them forcibly and freeing them. That's where we are. That's the state of the fight against corruption, and that's what we're saying, that the NDC came to deceive Ghanaians. They deceived us, and we voted for them, and they are continuing to deceive us. I think where we are, we all must be clear in our minds that this government means no well for this country.
Okay.
Serwaa.
Yes, please, very quickly.
Oh, you won't do that.
Because I need to move on to then, unless you want to forfeit the next topic, then we can finish the conversation with this.
First of all, let me make the point that, once again, I think that the NPP has been cursed with the unfortunate tag of incompetence and recklessness, even in opposition. One would have thought that they would have seized the time in opposition, especially the first year, to reflect on their contributions to national discourse. But quite clearly, it is still the effects of a failed National Executive Committee and failed leadership as far as the New Patriotic Party is concerned. Why do I say so? If I were Richard, I wouldn't have even made reference and attempt to provide an analysis on the Segleme project, when in a not too distant past, and even up till date, we are still discussing about the amounts of millions of US dollars that has been sunk into building the most expensive hole in West Africa and the whole of Africa in a matter of 8 years. You are talking about a shell occasioned by your negligence and recklessness and incompetence, because the NDC administration had moved Segleme to a certain stage. Your duty was to continue, like we are doing with your Agenda 111, even with ongoing investigations. You decided to max your incompetence in a needless legal pursuit against the likes of Collins Dauda, when even you had no shred of evidence to establish guilt beyond reasonable doubt. And mind you, it's not just reasonable guilt or crime. It's beyond reasonable doubt. Yet, at the same time, you were subjecting the meager resources of this country to dissipation under the guise of building a national cathedral. And you have the audacity this morning to begin to compare the two scenarios and refer to one as a standing shell. Where is your standing shell for the millions of dollars you decided to waste under the guise of building a national cathedral?
Okay, but Hamza, let me ask you this. Wait, I'll let you continue. He makes the point about filing a nolle prosequi, right? In the cases of the Dr. Opuni case and Collins Dauda's case, they had made the arguments that they didn't have to open their defense in court, which the court ruled against. And they were all, working on their defenses. Why then do you file a nolle prosequi? Why don't you let the case continue to its end to prove that the people were indeed innocent?
First of all, you need to understand that the court is not the prosecuting arm. It is the Attorney General who is equipped with the legal responsibility to prosecute. And remember that the Attorney General, even upon filing the nolle prosequi, he was not duty-bound in law to provide reasons for that decision. Absolutely. But he still proceeded in line with democratic principles to organize a press conference to tell the entirety of the nation as to why he filed those nolle prosequis. And one of the reasons was simply even an internal memo that was identified by the Attorney General, led by the then former Attorney General, what's his name? Godfred Dami, where it was an open confession that indeed there was no substance in the cases before court, in that particular, in the case of Opuni and the likes. So they themselves knew that there was nothing to stand on. So if after reviewing the files, the Attorney General came to the conclusion that, look, we have made allegation A, B, C, D, but there's no way we can substantiate same. If indeed the Attorney General had the power to influence the judiciary, Serwaa, do you think that the political correct thing he would have done was to file nolli prosequis?
But Hamza,
he simply would have allowed the process.
Their defense. So why didn't he just let them go through with it?
The fact that defense has been opened.
Prosecution closed its case.
Yes.
Court said open your defense because you have questions to answer.
Yes.
You still didn't think that they needed to do that?
The fact that you have questions to answer in any legal proceeding or criminal proceedings does not mean that you'll be guilty.
Of course.
So there can be a prima facie assumption.
They were not guilty.
No. I am telling you that based on what the Attorney General announced, we did not have sufficient evidence to confirm that indeed these guys were guilty. And Serwaa, you need to appreciate the angle I'm coming from. If indeed that the NDC government had power to control or influence the judiciary, do you think that the politically correct thing we would have done was to file a nolli prosequis? We would have allowed the cases to proceed and would use that influence to get them off the hook. If indeed that was the objective of government. But we decided to file a nolli prosequis, in this case the Attorney General, because of the evidence that was available to him.
Did this memo that you mentioned, did you see it yourself?
I have not seen it. And you see, the Attorney General
because Godfrey Dame has said that there was no such memo.
You see, it is his word against the word of a state prosecutor.
So where is the memo? Don't you think that we all need to see the memo?
No, you can't. But remember that you are a lawyer. And I'm telling you that in terms of nolli prosequis, the Attorney General in law is not under any obligation to give us reasons.
But he decided to.
He decided to give us reasons.
Right.
And he indicated that because of the way they work, if you guys want the memo, you are free to walk in and they will show it to you. I think that he gave that assurance to you in his press engagement. He was candid.
But
have you gone to the Attorney General's department to follow up?
This is a case where the former Attorney General has said explicitly that there was no such memo.
And
for a party that is so very open with some of these things, especially knowing how, the level of public interest this thing has. Hold on.
Yes.
You want us to first go to the AG's office to go and ask for the memo before?
Are you aware that in terms of official records, there are rules and regulations and ethical principles governing?
We have such many things have been released online.
Leaked, not
things
released.
Have been leaked. Yes.
But it is not. This is a governmental promise reset, and that's why he told you that if you want to have access to that document, if you want to verify, you are free to come in there.
So if I go to the AG studio,
I'm pretty much convinced that you can do so, and that is what I expected the media to have done.
But you haven't cited the memo.
I haven't because I don't work there.
And you are not interested in seeing the memo. But you believe
I don't work there. It is not part of the cases that I am interested in. There are a number of cases that I'm interested in, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But these cases don't fall part of the cases that I was monitoring religiously, even in opposition.
All right.
But the point I'm making is that there are rules governing how official records are produced.
Okay.
And so the Attorney General cannot be irresponsible to the extent that these rules will be flouted just to satisfy our curiosity. And that's why I'm saying that as media men and practitioners, nothing bars you from walking to the Attorney General's office to make such demands. But you see, that is not even the substance of the issue. The fact of the matter is that in law, one is allowed to file a nolli prosequi if you are convinced that you would not be able to secure conviction. And Serwaa, the fact that a defendant has been asked to more or less open his defense is not in itself suggestive of guilt on the part of the defendant. And I'm sure that is something you know.
Of course.
So, absolutely.
But you know that your opposers say that you should have just, if you believe that he was that, they were those so innocent.
They have dealt with cases under them in a matter of 2-3 years. If that particular case was that easy and straightforward, and they were convinced that they had so much evidence to prosecute, why did it have to take them more than 8 years?
He says the wheels of justice grind slowly.
Oh, really? Is it not another manifestation of the fact that indeed this was a government machinery that was interested in influencing the system, but in the case of these 2 or 3 cases, they simply couldn't have their way? We all still remember the unethical conduct of the then Attorney General Godfrey Dame, even in the Atufosim case, and how he sought to use state power to influence the course of justice. And you think that these people did not intend to do so? At a point, they were keeping those cases in court because they did not want to be embarrassed. It was political. It had become an albatross on their necks. Because they had gotten to a stage where they simply could not secure a conviction, and they were afraid of the embarrassment that indeed we took A, B, C, and Co. to court, and we couldn't succeed. And so that's why these cases were dragging. Nothing more. Wasting public resources, limited public resources in trying to save face. That's why it had to take 8 years. Their record is known. But you see, now to the issue of...
We have to wrap up, Hamza.
Oh,
please, 2 minutes. That's all my producer
okay,
will give me.
I'll take 2 minutes. But you see...
Oh, to end the program?
Yes.
How?
That is so unfair.
Yeah.
He spoke for long.
He will also accuse you of same.
No, but I see. Okay, I'll wrap up in 2 minutes. I'll wrap up in 2 minutes.
Consensus.
Okay.
I left my house 5 a.m.
You came late.
No, I left my house 5 a.m. It's not as if I came late.
And there was traffic, you said.
Yes. So when we have come here and then we should talk about the matter, you are closing. Why is that?
I think my
Let
producer
there be
is
traffic
listening.
in your director's signal to you, so that we can carry on.
That's true.
IB,
I agree.
Please, Hamza, please conclude.
So let me conclude. You see,
okay.
Richard, you can try as much as you want to attempt to compare His Excellency President Mohammed's government to that of the mistake of a regime that we suffered under in the last 8 years. But the fact of the matter is that the jury is already out there. The Ghanaian people know that this is a government that is focused. This is a government that is doing everything within its power to respect our state institutions and to ensure that they are truly independent. As for the removal of the Chief Justice, you can do the dancing around as much as you want. Like we have always indicated, the law courts are still available, and the removed Chief Justice is taking advantage of that law courts. So if those of you who are standing trial feel that there are certain things untoward about the processes leading to the charges and subsequently your arraignment before court, you are still also clothed legally to activate internal legal processes to question many of these decisions of the state. If you feel you have been given a bail bond that is unreasonable, Serwaa, you know that either through a repeat application, you could question it, or even appeal against that decision to a higher court. And we've seen that happen. I think in the case of is it the same one to me? He was initially given a bail bond that they could not meet. They filed an application, and that was reviewed. Even at a point, the police decided to engage him to engage his counsel for them to review it downwards. These are things you can do. The law allows it, and the NDC is not like the NPP. We would not interfere with the judicial processes of the Republic of Ghana. We will allow them to continue to be independent and take decisions that will inure to the benefit of our country. But this attempt to tag this government as a government that is intending to influence the judiciary to punish the NPP, my response to you is simple. There are many of you who were invited before Ioko and allowed to go home, including the running mate of the New Patriotic Party in the last election, because they understood that they owed the state certain responsibilities. They walked in, had their day with the investigative bodies, and left. Some of them were bailed quietly. But those of you who are interested in the politics of it are those hitting the temperature as a way to make it impossible for the state to come after you as far as your stewardship in government is concerned. In any case, why shouldn't the judiciary itself be concerned about the likelihood of absconding when the finance minister, the gentleman who presided over our finances, himself has decided to abscond from the jurisdiction? And suddenly, a country that he was finance minister for close to 8 years has suddenly become unattractive for him to come back because he's trying to run away from accountability. So if these events come up together, any judge seated on a case will be minded by such considerations. And you see, we do it to ourselves. I hate to say this, but Serwaa, I think that I need to admit that even in the case of the Maslock CEO, these conducts by politicians, because she's also nowhere to be found. You couldn't find her. So all these things feed into the decisions of judges in terms of the kind of bail conditions they met out. And so as political parties, we must begin to demonstrate that responsibility.
All right, Hamza, thank you.
And fidelity to the judicial process.
Thank you.
But knowing the NPP, this is not a party that will
if any judge is to be worried about people absconding, it should be when an NDC person is involved, because there's a demonstrable evidence of an NDC person
Your finance minister is nowhere
having
to be
absconded. Finance Minister Sidi Hamza, there is no case against him in court for which he's absconding.
Accountability.
So you understand that?
Oh, you don't know that he's absconding. The OSP is a legal creation of the Republic of Ghana.
I'm coming. But the OSP is not court. So if you say the person has absconded...
Are you calling me? It's not a court.
It's not a court.
An important creation.
No problem.
You guys created it.
No problem. It's a creation, that's fine.
And so you created it for people to abscond from it?
No. He's not absconded. From what charge? There's no charge from which he's
absconded. The gentleman is not even ready to engage.
So I'll have some coming. What if you say somebody absconds? Then there's a responsibility he must discharge, and he's running away from it. What is Ken Ofori-Atta's responsibility?
The OSP has said that there are questions.
Is there any case?
There are questions,
of course,
that he has to answer.
Absolutely. His lawyers are here. They say, set up and talk to the man. You can go and visit the man. He visited what's called in the case involving President Mohammed's brother. He went to the UK to interview the person. Why can't you do that now? He is not a court. Okay? If he finds it difficult that he can talk to Ken Ofori-Atta, his lawyer says you talk to him on Zoom, you don't want to do it, you don't want to go there either, but the man is alive, he's available, he wants to talk, but he's not healthy, he's seeking medical health. So if you've never been sick before, okay, if you've never been in any distress as far as your health is concerned, they can talk like how the NDC is talking. How the OSP is talking, wearing suit and tie and sitting in front of podium and talking as if the man conveniently doesn't want to come. You can talk like that. But tomorrow, if the OSP falls sick and needed to fight for his life, he can't speak in the same manner. So when people, because all of us are subject to it, so when somebody is frail, somebody is sick and needing to recuperate, we all need, because of our common humanity, understands that situation. If you want to proceed, I have not spoken with him. Okay, but
because he's been unwell for a while.
Oh, I have people have been unwell for years.
But is he still unwell?
In fact, yes. If he's okay,
you said you haven't spoken with him.
No, I'm saying that you should follow. You see, my follow-up response is that if he is well, he will be here. He's not. You understand? I've seen people who have been sick for years. My old mother has been battling diseases for years. So you can't put any time clock on how long somebody is sick. You see? So, but then the critical point, Serwaa, is that the OSP has not brought any case against the man. Everything is suspicion. Oh, I suspect. If we want to go by that, then all of us should not be able to leave this country, Serwaa. Even you. Even Hamza. Because suspicion, everybody, we suspect everybody. So OSP running around on the basis of suspicion, it's not enough to compel somebody to come here when the person needs to be well. So everything in that space is completely just a public optics to show that I'm working, but really you are not. Everybody, we support your test that we established it. We want it to work, but it's not working. Okay, and Hamza, you see, this thing you are talking about judicial this and that, you guys have completely emasculated the judiciary by removing the head. There is no reasonable explanation you can give. Any recourse the NDC has is, Article 146, you follow the process. It's a fallacy. It's a deceptive proposition they are putting us all to discuss. The actual motive was political. Remove the person, make the president a superior leader in this country. He owns parliament, he owns the executive, now owns the judiciary. Okay, removes, now you know the impact of what, by removing the chief judge, you know the impact. You're a lawyer, you go, maybe you are hearing stuff. So, no, I'm very happy about that. You know, you are hearing stuff now, you're engaging judges and going to court and all that. They are quiet displeasure. You are listening to them.
I haven't heard anything of the sort.
I've had instances.
You've been hearing judges say that.
I've had instances, reports of judges being afraid,
you heard it where?
looking over their shoulder.
You heard it where? Where did you hear it?
But where do you hear your stuff? You understand?
You say that I am a lawyer. I haven't heard it. You are not a lawyer, but you've heard it.
Yes, I'm here. I hear reports of it where people are now scared in the judiciary.
Are they?
Today.
Are
the
they?
Chief Justice, yes, of course. Because,
what are they scared for?
Because if the NDC can be so bold as to remove the Chief Justice, everybody is fair game. You understand? That's a signal they have sent to put fear. I mean, because they've taken the head off. Serwaa, they've taken the head off. That's something that is unimaginable. It's a high threshold action that they have taken. They have done that, and now our judiciary is actually scared. Now you go, the chief justice files a case in the High Court demanding her rights to be respected. They throw it out. There's a case before the Supreme Court seeking judicial review. That case will not be empaneled. That case will not be heard. But judicial review is a consequential request that she's making to be able to hold the decisions of the executive accountable, to say that what they did is not in conformity with the laws of the land.
All right.
But that case will not be heard. Yet we are moving speedily to bring in a Chief Justice. What is the hurry? Since April, the Chief Justice was suspended and subsequently removed, which is unlawful. We had an acting...
What makes it unlawful?
I was saying that the processes that led to her removal is not lawful.
Okay.
So that's what the Supreme Court is yet to determine in that judicial review case that is before it.
That is not accurate.
It's accurate. So the point I'm saying is that...
Unfortunately, Hamza, there's no time.
The point I'm making...
Let's be God willing.
But you had all the time.
That's not true. That's not true.
No, that's true.
I did not give him all of the time. No.
He started the discussion.
I
came in.
I only talk about Galamsey. You are the one. No. You are the one who brought the legal matters. I want to talk about Galamsey. So I beg you. Let me just hand out.
I think we still have time. We
don't have time. We really don't have time.
Conclude.
But you let him. Don't worry. Let him conclude.
So I'm just saying that the NDC has a plan. That plan is actually being implemented. One, gag the judiciary.
Did the judiciary tell you they are gagged?
But they don't have to come and tell you. You are a political observer. You see what is happening in the country. You want them to come and tell you? If that is the case, then we should wait for people to come and openly confess their crime before we take them to court. You understand? The pattern of events that is happening shows you this is the direction they are going to. And the Attorney General is actually convicting people and creating a certain impression about the MPP and make us look bad because that's what they want. And finally, Hamza, you pay attention to Hamza's presentation. Oh, the MPP is scarce. The MPP leadership. The MPP this. That's the MO. They want to kind of besmirch the character of the MPP, dirty the MPP, and that is their fortune.
You think that they are the ones doing that? You don't think that Ghanaians realize that that's why they voted you out?
No.
You don't think so?
No. But I'm trying to let you know they are doing that because, one, since they have come, they have not performed, they have not done anything that they have promised they were going to do. 24-hour economy, no show. They said they are doing agriculture, the main flagship agriculture, no show. They said they are stabilizing the economy. That's a path that we handed to them. They're just managing what we gave them. So they have not done anything substantial.
Are you sure?
Big push. What have they done? They've gone to cut sword. Nothing is happening on that.
But
okay. So where we are 10 months into an administration, no show. 10 months in Akufo-Addo's government, by now, we had free SHS on full speed, been implemented. What have they done in this 10 months? Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Again, even his closing remarks.
Oh, just listen, MPP.
His closing remarks reflects the state of confusion that they find themselves. You see, he was doubling on almost every issue without any coherent focus as to the issues that are before us today. That tells you that you are still in a confusionist state. And there's a need for you guys to take yourself out of it. First of all, it is not accurate that the NDC is rushing to appoint a Chief Justice. His Excellency President Mahama, in consultation with the Judicial Council, has already appointed a Chief Justice nominee in line with our constitutional dictates as a country. Nobody, not even the NPP, has been able to say that indeed these processes were done against the law. If there was any evidence to that effect, be rest assured that these guys would have been before the law courts of the Republic of Ghana questioning the appointment proceedings of the appointed Chief Justice. That has not been done. So that tells you that all what they are interested in is usual politics, that nuisance element of our political discourse. That's all what they are interested in. If you feel that what the president is doing in consultation with the Judicial Council is unheard of, the law courts are open to you, like you used to tell us in your own language. Take advantage of the judicial architecture of this country to question the decisions of His Excellency the President. That's one. Secondly, it is not accurate that a final determination has not been made in relation to the removal of Justice Takono, Madam Justice Takono. As far as the laws of the Republic are concerned, under Article 146, a procedure has been laid that must be followed if a Chief Justice is to be removed. And that procedure has been invoked and implemented fully. It is Madam Takono who still feels that the processes were not fair to her. And the fact that she is in court on aspects of that decision does not operate as a constitutional limitation on His Excellency the President and the Judicial Council to continue to do their duty in line with the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. It does not operate as a state.
I disagree.
That point needs to be made.
I disagree. It's not factual what you're saying.
What is not factual?
Yeah.
So you mean that there's an injunction on His Excellency President Mahama and the Judicial Council in terms of the appointment of the next Chief Justice? There's no such injunction anywhere.
Nobody has said there's an injunction.
In the course of
so what are you saying?
So what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that
she's in court to challenge her removal.
That entire process that he's vindicating has been called to question.
So the fact that she's in court, does that mean that the country should come to a standstill?
But the point is that the country has not come to a standstill. There's an acting Chief Justice. So there's no standstill matter to talk about.
As far as we are concerned, per the laws of the Republic of Ghana, you are a lawyer and you know this. A decision has been taken. A Chief Justice has been removed until it is proven otherwise. That is the position of the law. And it has not been proven otherwise. And the fact that that decision has been made
does not mean otherwise, it's not been allowed.
The Presidency and the Judicial Council should
prove
wait
it otherwise
in terms of appointment. So what is happening is clearly within the legal ambits of the Republic of Ghana.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
So what will prove it illegal? What will prove it questionable? It's not been allowed.
As a country, I think that as a country, we all must begin to elevate the discourse and demand that the MPP meets that threshold and standard. Look, I feel sorry for many of the MPP sympathizers out there and their party members, because the very life they exhibited in government in the last 8 years, they seem to be finding it extremely difficult to detach from the abuse they subjected the Ghanaian people to.
This is not
the reckless dissipation. The reckless dissipation, please. The reckless dissipation of our meager resources.
Your government
today, you are talking about economic fortune.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Can we come back? Hold on. Can we come back? Can we come back next week to? Can we come back, God willing, next week to finish this conversation?
You are talking about MPP. MPP has no responsibility to Ghanaians. Our responsibility is to shine light on your abuses, and that's what we're doing. And instead of defend that abuse, you are sitting here talking about MPP.
And you are not doing.
Why are you concerned about MPP? Talk about your government. Talk about your government abuse. That's what you should talk about. You're a nice guy. I love you. Really, I love it. But
hold on.
Sitting
They're
here talking about
abusing
MPP.
you?
Yes, of course.
Abusing who?
Oh, you mean your former appointee?
Abusing Ghana. I told you two Ghana. The Ghana for you and I, and the Ghana for them.
Oh, that was the
so he's abusing you and I,
and
then they enjoy it. That's what you are building.
Okay, hold on, gentlemen, hold on. Hold on. Can we, Hamza, God willing, next week we have to finish this conversation. So see you next week.
Nice guy.
Both of you. So you're coming next week, God willing.
Yeah, if you give us more time, sir.
Oh, so next week we're starting at 7. 7.
So I think you should talk about the traffic situation. The ministry should do something. Work. No, I'm talking about the construction on the,
No. He said there's something happening on the motorway.
They are working on it because
I'm saying that there must
was not ongoing. The government refused.
Hamza, thank you so much.
So there
Hamza,
must be some conversation.
There must be some conversation. But he needs to agree. That
what?
indeed under them they failed to do the needful
but
to get the works on.
that motorway contract was given under us.
We wouldn't have been having this discussion.
That motorway contract was given by the MPP.
We have to go. Hamza Suibi is a private legal practitioner and a member of the NDC's communications team. Richard Ahiagba is Deputy Director. He's actually the Director of Communications for the NPP. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you, God willing, next week. Stay with me. I have other conversations coming up on the show.
me fair regional manager ni say ono na team bi asem e bi wo kwa me ye wo before so me fair na wa enter man e me fair na o man confirmation na me TDC okay.
Star Assurance, your solid partner.
You're welcome back to the show. This is GH Today. I am Serwaa Amihere. So just as you saw, Star Assurance, I beg your pardon, is celebrating its 40th anniversary. And so they have this promotion going on, 40 Reasons to Smile. And this is designed to reward their loyal customers. The promo started, I'm told, in January, and it will end in December. However, I believe that it's still open for persons to participate. So I'm joined in the studio by Bridget Opoku-Sarkodie. She's the head for Alternative Distribution Channel. Good morning. And Kofi Owusu Amwafo Esquire is a manager for Claims Department. Good morning.
Good morning,
you're welcome. So tell us about your 40-year journey.
Star Assurance has been a brand that has stuck and stayed for 40 years simply because of the trust and loyalty our customers has imposed on us. It's been a very fruitful journey for 40 years, and because of this trust and loyalty, we decided to reward our clients that has stayed with us through thick and thin with the 40 Reasons to Smile promo. And so it started in January, as you said. What it is that every quarter we reward 10 lucky customers with 10,000 Ghana cedis each in a draw. A draw is for all customers of Star that have bought or renewed their motor insurance policies. We have comprehensive policies, third-party policies, third-party fire and theft, and third-party extra. Once you have renewed or bought a new policy, you're automatically in the draw. And we had the first draw in Eastern region, and then 10 customers won 10,000 cedis each. And then the next draw was done in the Western region. That was in the second quarter. And also we rewarded 10. And then the third quarter draw was done in the Ashanti region. And we rewarded 10 customers as well. So that's been the journey of Star currently.
Okay, Kofi, she said that you have stuck and stayed for the last 40 years. What kept you going?
Thank you very much, Serwaa. I would say that Star has been thriving over all these 40 years, mainly, we have other reasons, but mainly because of our solid commitment to customer satisfaction.
Right.
At Star Assurance, customer satisfaction is at the heart of everything we do.
Okay.
And for that reason, first of all, we invest heavily in technology to ensure that our services are accessible to our clients all over the country. Secondly, we listen to our clients to know their needs to be able to meet them. At Star Assurance, when it comes to meeting the needs of our clients, we are very, very malleable. And that has made us to be able to develop products that will meet the changing needs of our clients. And finally, at the pinnacle of our customer satisfaction drive is the provision of excellent and prompt claims service. Insurance companies are established to pay claims. And the real test of an insurance company is their ability and willingness to support their clients when they suffer loss in terms of claims payments. And at Star Assurance, we are able to pay claims. We are able because we have very strong financial muscles. And we are willing to support our clients when they suffer loss because, as I mentioned earlier, customer satisfaction is at the heart of everything we do at Star Assurance. And so to demonstrate to all of us our ability and willingness to pay claims and support our clients, I'll share with us some few figures.
Okay.
In the year 2024, Star Assurance supported our clients in terms of claims payment to the tune of over 120 million cedis.
Okay.
That was for 2024. And in this year, 2025, as of today, we have supported our clients in terms of claims payment to the tune of over 258 million cedis. So this consistent support we give to our clients over the years has earned us the trust of our clients and has kept us in business all this while. So in a nutshell, Star Assurance has been thriving over these years, mainly because of our solid commitment to customer satisfaction, which is hinged on technology, meeting the needs of our customers, and excellent and prompt claims service delivery.
Okay, Bridget, for those who may not know the product services that you offer, please quickly run us through it.
At Star Assurance, we are a general insurance company.
Okay.
And for general insurance, we deal mainly with properties and risk that affects properties.
Okay.
When you come to motor insurance, as I mentioned earlier, we have different variations. Just to buttress the point William made, that we tailor our product to suit our clients. So we don't come to the market with what everybody comes to the market with. So the normal comprehensive policies are there, but you can get variations like third-party extra, which is unique to Star, where normal third-party policies, you can still claim on glass damage on your own car, which is very unique, and it's a niche in the market now. We have home insurance policies that give you free life cover. If you buy, you don't pay anything, but you get free life cover for the insured up to the tune of 10,000 Ghana cedis. We have travel insurance policies, personal accident policies, and we cover businesses for their assets, for bonds when you are doing construction, you are building, you have to cover certain levels. We cover institutions for their staff. Those policies, some of them are compulsory. For instance, workman's compensation, you need to cover your staff. So if they get injured at work, it cushions the company financially. So we have over 23 insurance policies at Star that cover a wide range of services that is available to our clientele base.
Okay, let's now talk about the 40 Reasons to Smile. You say it's a draw, right, where you reward your customers. And you do it every quarter. So I believe the last one is coming up, right? Kofi, you want to run us through it and how people qualify for the draw?
All right, so the last one will be coming at the end of December. And to qualify for the draw, you need to either purchase a motor insurance policy or renew the policy. And as Bridget mentioned, we have 4 types of motor insurance policy. We have the comprehensive, we have third party, we have third party fire and theft, and then we have third party extra. So if you purchase or renew any of these policies, automatically you are qualified for the draw. And at the end of December or at the end of the 4th quarter, we are going to reward 10 lucky customers. And the eventual draw will be an all-expense paid trip to Dubai. So that's what we'll be doing at the end of the 4th quarter, Serwaa.
Okay, you want to add anything to it?
Okay, so Caritas Lottery platform is powering this just to make it free and fair to all clients.
Right.
So National Lotteries is part of this.
Where will it be taking place?
It will be taking place here in Accra.
Where?
The final draw, I believe here at Platinum Place.
Okay.
The final draw will be here at our head office here at Platinum Place.
So do you call the people to come here, participate in the draw, or they can do it from their home?
So what happens is that we really don't know who will be drawn.
Right.
National Lotteries comes to run the draw for us.
Okay.
And once the data is fed for all those who have bought or renewed insurance policies, as William said, once the draw is done, people are called there and then. Your phone number is there. So you probably be driving or be in your office and you would receive a call that you have actually won. And it's a live draw. So we broadcast the draws live whilst the action is going on. And this year, Christmas is going to come very early for some lucky winners.
Absolutely. Yes. Thank you so much. I'll give you the chance to put out your final messages, then we can wrap up. Kofi, right. I'll start with you.
Yes, so we want to say a very big thank you to all our partners, our clients, the brokers, our agents who have been very, very good partners over these 40 years journey. And we hope, or we look forward to solidifying our partnership in the coming years. Thank you very much, Serwaa.
All right, Bridget.
To add to what Willow said, we want our clients...
What do you call him, Willow?
Yes, so he's called...
Okay.
Well, that's how I'm known in the office.
Okay. I was wondering. Okay, go ahead.
So, we want our clients to become our mouthpieces as they enjoy what Star Assurance is giving them. Don't keep the information to yourself. Tell somebody to also come and join the Star Assurance family. And we can be contacted on our toll-free number 0800177 177. Also, we have online
the number
0800177 177. We have online portals, 24-hour online portals, self-service portals. So customer.starassurance.com. You can purchase your motor insurance policies, all 4 policies, directly from the portal and make your payments, and all documentation will be sent to you instantly. Also, we have over 500 brokers and agents dotted around the country. Anywhere you see a Star Assurance sign, you can get in there and buy policies. We have 19 branches around the country that you can walk in and get served. We have special partnerships like Total Energies, every Total filling station around the country. And we have over 273 stations, partnerships with them. You can walk in there and also buy or renew your insurance policy to be part of the final leg of this beautiful promotion.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Bridget Opoku-Sarkodie is the head of Alternative Distribution Channel, and Kofi Owusu-Amoafo Esquire is manager for the Claims Department. What's your other name again?
Willow.
All right, stay with us. After the break, there's more. Amihere. Now, last week or 2 weeks ago, the Minister of Health said a few things about our healthcare data system, which has allegedly been hijacked by a group of people, a company that decides as and when to release it for us or put the data on so that we can access it. So when you go to the hospital, they'll say that, oh, there's a problem with, the system, so they cannot access your data, whatnot. Well, the company in the heart of all of this brouhaha, I should say, by the minister is Lightwave eHealthcare. This morning, we have the senior project manager for Lightwave eHealthcare to help us understand what exactly is going on between them and the minister, and whether or not they are truly holding all of us in ransom and deciding when to release our information, our own information to us. One of the things that the minister said was that the data was being managed from India. And so our data, that is you and I, is in someone else's country, and we have absolutely no control over that. We're going to get the answers to all of that right here on the show. Eric J is the senior project manager for Lightwave eHealthcare. Good morning. You're welcome to the show.
Good morning.
So I'm not going to, waste time. The minister says that you are holding our data hostage. You're managing it from India. You decide as and when to give us this data. Why are you doing that?
Good morning once again, Serwaa, and to all your listeners. Thank you for the question. I think that statement that the minister made, unfortunately, is untrue. This is what happens at the facility. Each facility is autonomous. They operate on their own. So each facility have their own sets of devices, including their servers, switches, and computing devices. So without any connectivity at all for Lightwave to provide any form of support, these facilities are supposed to work independently without our involvement. What sits at the ministry is a centralized repository. If I say a centralized repository, it's where all facilities have a common point of convergence so that we are able to back up these facilities. In case there is a failure at the local site, we will be able to restore backups. And again, it also helps with patient travel. If a patient moves from Komfanochi to Kolebu or from a health center in Greater Accra to the Tamale, their medical records would have to travel with them. So this activity is what Lightwave does. We have done this for over 400 plus facilities since we started this project. And there is nowhere in the project that we have done ever have we migrated or moved Ghanaian data outside of the shores of Ghana. Every data sits in the Ministry of Health, the central repository. Every facility have their individual servers and patient data sits on them. When patients go to hospital and they need their medical records, Lightwave is not called to provide access for doctors or nurses to print it or have it made available to the patients. These are done at the local level. What sits at the ministry is a congregation of all the data, and the ministry has control. We do not have control over that.
So
data.
where from this whole India connection? How does India come in?
It's quite unfortunate. Maybe the minister or the ministry will be best placed to answer such a question, because
you have not had any dealings with Indians. There's nothing about India in any of the things that you do.
We have not hosted Lightwave data or the Ministry of Health data, which is the property of the government of Ghana, outside of the country.
Did you subcontract any part of this contract to an Indian firm?
We have not subcontracted this part of the contract to any company outside of the country.
But you do have a contract with an Indian firm?
We don't.
You said you have not subcontracted any part of this contract?
Yes.
So are there other contracts that you have subcontracted to any Indian firm?
No. We have Ghanaians operating this system locally in the country. We have over 150 staff that we work with. So it is the minister that is alleging. So we will call for any proof of evidence that they have a proof that we have hosted Ghanaian data outside of the shores of this country.
So where exactly is this, data? You said that it's hosted in Ghana,
yes,
at the ministry.
Yeah.
Where is it located?
It's in the first floor, on the first floor of the Ministry of Health. the very first floor. If you go there today, if you send your cameras there, the ministry should be able to open the data center for you. I have videos and pictures of this data center here with me.
I see. Are you suggesting that the minister is not aware where this is located?
I'll be surprised because you go through. I'll be surprised because unless it's a form of mischief or he's not being updated well, not those who are talking to him are not giving him the right information.
Okay.
But we have made this known.
Okay, one of the things that the minister also said is that you have been claiming full deployments in all 4 teaching hospitals. He mentions 6 regional hospitals as well and 243 district-level facilities, which totals 253 sites.
Yes.
But the minister says only 450 facilities are live.
Yes, per their records. On our records, we have 461 facilities that are live and 35 that are in progress. We have completed all installations. What is left is to train those 35 facilities, which we have made this report or records to the ministry. So if they are working with 450, we don't have any problem with the numbers. Those numbers can be reconciled. But what happens is, these 253 that you have mentioned constitute about 72% of the work done. If you will permit me, I will go through what the contract says when it comes to the deployment and also what it constitutes when it comes to the work done. Now, there are 4 teaching hospitals, just like you've said, 6 regional hospitals, 243 district hospitals, metropolitan, leprosarium, and these include some government and CHAG facilities, so they are mixed up. And then there are psychiatry hospitals, polyclinics, and health centers, what's all in that manner. However, these 4 teaching hospitals, which were at the time stated in the contract, at the time we signed this contract, Ghana had, I think, 10 regions, and there were this number of facilities were identified. The 4 teaching hospitals include the Ho Teaching Hospital, Tamale Teaching Hospital, Komfanochi Teaching Hospital, and the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. These 4 alone constitute 21% of the work done. And it allows us to have been paid $21 million US. This 4, only this 4. So if we are, and this is completed and signed off. 6 regional hospitals, if completed, will also constitute 22% of the contract. And we have completed this. And this also allows us to be paid $22 million US. The 243 district hospitals constitute 29% of work done, and we are allowed to receive $29 million US. If you add only these 3, it tells us we have completed 72% of the work, and we are supposed to, and we have received $72 million of work. This excludes even the health centers. Now, the health centers are 649. This 649, if we have completed all these health centers constitute just 17% of work. So in addition to these health centers that the ministry, according to their audit findings, we have completed about 100 plus. Even if we add, then it means the 500 is even less than 17% of work remaining. So it will baffle us for anyone to stand anywhere to use nominal figures or nominal counts to say that 900 and then you have 450 complete, so you have completed less. In any case, the minister himself said in the accountability series, when he was making his assertion, indicate that we have completed 68, they are paid at 68%, and we have completed this work. So if that is the case, then where does the contradiction come
so
from?
what exactly, or where is the problem from? Because there appears to be a lot of inconsistencies in the numbers and some of the things that have been said. Where is it coming from? Have you sat down as a company with the minister and explained all of these things to him?
Yeah, thank you, Serwaa. I think this is a very important question. Yeah, because we are in the 11th month, actually. Since this project began, at least...
When did it begin?
The phase 2 started in 2019, so let's stick to the phase 2.
Okay.
That's what the minister is making all this report. Since we started, we have been meeting at least, if not at all. There is a steering committee which comprises of the Director General of Ghana Health Service, the executive directors of the Christian Health Association of Ghana, all CEOs of the teaching hospitals, and IT managers of the Ministry of Health in this meeting. We have been doing this with all ministers that have come into this office. Since this minister came into office, we have not had a single opportunity to meet him, to brief him about the project and where we are. We have made several efforts since the minister came into office, and the only time we had an opportunity to meet the minister was on an invitation that was extended on the 3rd of September this year, after about 9 months of being in office. And even before that engagement, even though the minister has not met us for any update, or neither has he invited any meeting, has gone ahead to do an audit, which we don't have any problem at all. We requested for a copy of the audit report. He said no, he's not going to give us a copy, and that he has sent it to Attorney General for advice, yet speaks to the contents of the audit and expects that Lightwave has done something wrong. But per the contract that we have, there's nothing that we have done untoward.
Because the minister also said that you were supposed to supply 13,172 laptops, but you only delivered 7,060 of them.
Yeah. That's also non-factual information. We don't know where he got the 13,000 figures from, but the contract clearly states, I think, 9,544, and we have supplied 7,060. The remaining, considering the number of facilities, that is the 500 health centers that the minister says is remaining, would be the supplies that is supposed to go into those.
But I understand that even according to the minister, that even the brand of laptop that you were supposed to provide isn't what was in the contract. You went contrary to that.
That's unfortunate. Again, like I said, maybe the minister is not being briefed. I don't think he's read the contract, and I think someone is maybe interpreting or reading the contract to him. Because if he has, the contract states clearly that supply a particular specification. Yes, there was a brand that was mentioned, say an HP brand, but HP is a brand, and it says clearly that there are variants. So if you don't get the HP and you get any other brand, you can't supply, but you must meet the specification. And Lightwave had supplied every equipment that we have supplied, met the specification that the contract says, and we have, in fact, supplied and above the specification that the contract says anytime we have to do a variation.
I see. There's also something that you said in your statement, that you've delivered over $25 million in extra services.
Yes, please.
Break that down for us. So you talk about NHIA integration, pharmacy links, births and deaths, registry sync, and all these things were not in the phase 2 of the contract, but you still went ahead to do it.
Yes, we went ahead to do it because the ministry had provided additional requests, which we have in writing, this request, and we went ahead to provide these services for the ministry, which are outstanding in payment.
But did they request for it?
Yes, they requested.
And you have evidence to show that
we
they
have
requested?
Evidence to show for it. In the right forum, when these are requested, yes, we will show this evidence. If we had the opportunity to have even met the minister to go through what we have indicated as being owed, or had the opportunity to even brief him, we believe some of the utterances that he has made will never have come out, because he would have known better.
What is the status of the contract now?
As of 2024 December, per the extension that we received, it was supposed to have expired at the end of 2024.
So it's expired?
The contract is expired.
Which
it's not cancelled, it's expired and subject to renewal.
Has it been renewed?
No, we have not. We have written, but we have not had any feedback from the ministry.
Were you supposed to hand over data or something when it expired?
Every time we finish a milestone, yes, we hand over the completed milestone to the ministry. Otherwise, we won't even be paid the next milestone work. We can't even start it. So we have fulfilled all required processes.
But does the state have access to these data? Because one of the main things when I listen to the minister is that the state does not have access to the data. And I'm sure that you heard that.
I heard that, yes.
So does the state have access to the data?
I think I mentioned previously that these facilities are localized. So they host their own data. If you go to a hospital today and a doctor needs to print or you have requested for your medical records, Lightwave doesn't come in anywhere. The hospital prints your medical records for you. What sits at the ministry is just a backup that we back up there just in case there's a failure. Recently, there was fire in Kolebu Teaching Hospital server room. The servers that we installed and everything got burnt. If not for the data we have saved remotely, they would have lost everything. So we quickly went to restore this facility with the data that has been backed up. So every facility have their data. So I'll be surprised for someone to come out and say, we host the data and we have access. We don't control it. The data belongs to the ministry.
So what then happened to or occasioned the disruption in services? Because the minister said that we had to revert to the cash and carry system because the system was down and it was your fault.
That's unfortunate again because the system is set up in a way that we should be having continuous backup in real time. Because if you move from maybe Lekma Polyclinic to Kolebu, maybe you've been referred. Data is supposed to reach Kolebu before your arrival.
Right.
So we do real-time backup. Some facilities, for their own reasons that I can't tell, have disconnected that line or that connectivity that allows Lightwave to provide any form of support. So once these connections have gone down, what happens is the system periodically checks for active connection, and if this is not there, as part of measures, it will shut you down. And this is what is happening. As I speak to you, we have over 200 facilities that are working, including the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital, Ifian Kwanta Regional Hospital, Eastern Regional Hospital, and a lot more of district hospitals and health centers. So how are those working if Lightwave sits somewhere to shut down? And even as at yesterday, some were working and went down because of disconnection. These facilities sit autonomous. We don't control anything. But if you decide to disconnect the link between the Lightwave wide area connection to your facility, eventually these sites will go down. And I believe that is what happened, and the minister feels we are turning stuff off. But we haven't turned anything off. Facilities have had this on themselves.
You still have facilities that are running on your system?
Yes, just like I said, if you call Cape Coast Teaching Hospital now or Eastern Regional Hospital, and 98 of government facilities, 113 plus child facilities are using the system as of now, as of this morning, that are working. So it's surprising that we hear some of these things.
What's next for Lightwave?
Well, Lightwave is looking at having an amicable solution because the life of Ghanaians are involved. If patients get sick and they go to hospital and doctors are unable to continue care, if someone traveling gets an accident on the highway and is rushed to a hospital and they don't have the medical history, they may even give medications that the person may not supposed to have taken. And this is life and death situation. So it is not like a building that you can break and rebuild. when it comes to human life, it is just once and for all. So we are looking for the opportunity to ensure that we will be able to deliver on the request that we were asked to, so that the Ghanaian taxpayers' money will be better used than it is now. Because as it stands, I don't know, it's left with just about 23 million to complete the work, of 500. That is assumed that's 68% of work. Just about 23 million to complete.
So you're expecting payment from government?
If the contract is renewed, we will continue the work. But government owes us 25 million in terms of the integrations that we have done. The 25 million US dollars in terms of work done and integrations. The minister requested for the services we have provided since 1st January till now. We have submitted. We have not had any feedback from the ministry.
If you don't, would you consider any legal action?
Well, management of the senior management of Lightwave will make that decision, and we will inform the Ghanaian public.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Serwaa, for having us this morning.
Mr. Eric J is a senior project manager for Lightwave e-Health Care. Stay with me. After the break, there's one more conversation, then we wrap up. So this Saturday, the 8th of November, there's going to be an extraordinary ladies' conference, which is happening at 9 a.m. at the University of Ghana. And I'm joined this morning by Esther Afo. She's a convener and founder of Hadassah Network Outreach and also a media personality. Good morning. You're welcome to the show.
Good morning, darling. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Tell us about the extraordinary ladies' conference.
I want to say hi to your cherished listeners. And first of all, the Extraordinary Ladies Conference is an annual gathering under the Hadassah Network Outreach. It's organized under the Hadassah Network Outreach. And our mission is to inspire, edify, impart, encourage the young women out there, including students, corporate women, widows, single mothers, and women in general. So that's basically about the Extraordinary Ladies Conference. And secondly, we also tend to invite women of affluence and influence to come and share their story, to inspire these young ones who are coming up, who are looking up to them, for them to know that life is a journey and it's not always rosy. You have to fight to become who you want to become. So that's basically about the Ladies Conference.
Okay, it's happening this Saturday.
It's happening this Saturday on the 8th of November at RS Amagashi, University of Ghana. And this year, I'm privileged to collaborate with the GHOne Foundation. And she's Frema Edunyame. She's a media personality at Channel 1 TV and CTFM. And what makes it unique this year is we are going to have amazing breast cancer survivors who are going to share their journey. Most of the times, people see them married and they want to know how is life when you're married, when you don't have, breast and all that. So they're also going to share their story. So that's basically it during the Saturday, yes.
I see. Is this the first time?
No, this is my 9th edition.
Oh, wow.
So I've been doing this for some time. So Hadassah Network Outreach has 5 sectors. So we have the men's conference, we have the ladies conference that's going to happen this Saturday. We also have the Hadassah Youth Outreach, have the Hadassah Ushering Agency, and have the Hadassah Foundation.
Oh,
so I've been running this for 9 months.
I have big conglomerate.
Yes.
I see. Congratulations and well done. So you said that you are expecting persons of influence and affluence to come and talk to these young ladies. Who are the people you're expecting this year?
So Frema Edunyame, she's also a co-convener. She's a speaker. I'm expecting that Nana Echan, she's also the CEO of Embrace Society. She's a breast cancer survivor as well.
Okay.
Selicam, she's also a media personality. She used to work at GTV. I have Edematipo, the first female aircraft marshal, and she's also the CEO of Echo Ghana. She also has a foundation. And Phyllis, she's also into grooming and all that. So there are women who are making waves and they really want to come and inspire these young ladies, even women in general, because we are expecting, women from all walks of life, including the corporate women, single mothers, widows, as I said earlier, and students. And this year, last year we organized at Accra Girls Senior High.
Okay.
But this time we're also inviting them again to join us. So we are having all kinds of tertiary institutions also join us. And we have the police force, group of police association women coming, fire service women also coming in. Most of the tertiary institutions, UPSA, Wisconsin, and others.
That's really nice. So what are the lineup of activities this year for the conference?
So our first of all, let me first say our theme for this year is Empower, Elevate, Excel, Unleashing the Extraordinary in You.
Okay.
So the lineup, we're going to have our speakers mounting the stage and sharing their journey. We're going to have a panel discussion where, the women, general women, are going to ask questions pertaining to what the speakers say. We're also going to have performances from various institutions. We're also going to have the breast cancer survivors. Some of them also going to share their journey.
I see.
Yes.
I mean, how do people get to participate? Is it free?
It's free. Serwaa is free. Ghana, when it comes to ticketing, I always say, before you organize an event, you need to carry grace. You can't just get up and decide to organize an event. So this is my purpose, and so it's free. If you are listening to me, you're a lady, even if you're a guy and you want to come and listen, so because definitely you marry, have a sister, just come at the University of Ghana, 9 a.m. sharp. because we are not going to deal with Ghana Man time. We want to leave early because there are a lot of people. Students are also involved. They also need to go to school. So it's free. But can I say hi to my sponsors?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. Please go ahead.
So I want to say special thank you to GHOne Ghana. They've been amazing. I want to say thank you to GTP. I also want to say thank you to Unilever Geisha Soap. I also want to say thank you to Blue Skies. Telecel, they also came on board. Nashby Cosmetology, she's giving free service to the breast cancer survivors. And my media personalities, all my media, including GHOne. I want to say thank you to EIB Network and to my boss, Bolari. Thank you so much for he has always been supporting the Hadassah Network outreach. So thank you. And thank you, Serwaa, for having me. You look stunning.
Thank you. You too. And congratulations, because organizing such an event and making it free as well is not an easy thing.
I'm even sick right now. I'm not well.
I can imagine. You're tired.
Tired, I'm stressed, and having fever blisters all around my lips. And I was, I don't know. But
you'll be fine.
It's not easy, Serwaa.
Yeah,
I'm going to have you on next year, God willing.
Yes, God willing. But well done.
Thank
well
you,
done,
darling.
Really. I mean, for someone who knows what goes into these events, you've done really well. And to have it running for 9 consecutive years is really, it's really amazing. And I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
And so, yes, of course, I certainly would have given you the chance to thank your sponsors. I think you even forgot some. There's Prime something.
Hey, thank you, darling. Nero's Prime. So they are giving us water and drinks. And
there's Embrace
Society, Mamsi Kitchen, Anton Hospital. They collaborate. Last month we had our breast cancer screening, so we collaborated with them.
And what's CMG? Class Media Group.
Group. Yes. So
okay,
that's the media partners.
Okay, there's one that starts with H.
Hadassah Ashwin Agency.
Oh right. Okay.
That's my Ashwin Agency.
Okay. All right. All the best.
Thank you, darling.
Esther Afu. She's a convener for the Extraordinary Ladies Conference 2025. And she's the founder of the Hadassah Network Outreach and also a media personality. She's inviting all of you to not to miss this opportunity to empower, to elevate, excel, and to unleash the extraordinary in you. I love it when women gather, by the way, to have conversations and network. Take advantage of these gatherings, meet a new person, network, share contact, and you'll never know. Thank you so much, Esther.
Thank you so
and get
much.
well soon.
Thank you.
Saturday is just 2 days away.
Yes.
In fact, a day away. So
I wish you could come, but maybe
Saturday I'll be in Kumasi hosting the GHOne awards, unfortunately. So next year, God willing, I'll definitely come through.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
for coming on the
darling.
show.
Thank you.
Well, so I've been talking about Chin Chin Band the whole morning. They have finally arrived, and they are ready to play. So I asked them what they were going to play, but they didn't say. But I kind of know what they're going to play, because everyone that wants to make me happy plays Daddy Lumba. So let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Chin Chin Band, but after the break.
Show them down per one semen pue Daddy Lumba te was so nice me say oh show them ukura ya de better what I want and then we